All right, once again, we've got VP 110 race gas on sale at this time, $9.50 per gallon. So if you are in need of race gas, please make your way to the pumps. Cheyenne is down there selling race gas. Final call for juniors. Final call for juniors to lane number 2. Final call juniors to lane number 2, please. We need street eliminator to lanes 3 and 4. Street eliminator, lanes 3 and 4. For your first time run session, again, junior dragsters, lane 2. Street eliminator 3 and 4, please. Street eliminator 3 and 4. And if we have any open bike or sport compacts, you can report to lane number 5. Again, street eliminator 3 and 4. Open bikes or sport compacts in lane 5. And final call, junior dragsters, lane number 2. Juniors, you can start saddling up because we will pulling you guys out of the lanes here in about 2 minutes. So juniors, saddle up, please. All right, so this is our first qualifying session for junior dragsters. All right, so once again, this is the first qualifying session for junior dragsters. We need all street eliminator cars. Street eliminator should be in 3 and 4. Street eliminator 3 and 4. Looks like you're all in 4, but it's 3 and 4 for street eliminator. Street eliminator 3 and 4. If we have any open bikes or sport compacts, you should be in lane number 5. So once again, this is our junior dragster first qualifying session. Final call street eliminator out of 3 and 4. Final call street eliminator in 3 and 4. You will be following out the juniors. First call goes out to Pro ET. We need Pro ET cars to the lanes. Pro ET to lanes 7 and 8. Pro ET lanes 7 and 8, please. Pro ET lanes 7 and 8, please. Once again, final call, street eliminator 3 and 4. And we need Pro ET. Pro ET, I don't see any of you in the lanes yet. Pro ET, we need you in lanes 7 and 8. Pro ET, lanes 7 and 8, please. Pro ET, 7 and 8. All right, as soon as we get word from top end that the juniors are clear, we're going to have street eliminator, saddle up. Street eliminator, saddle up, please. All right, juniors are clear. Street, saddle up. You're coming out next. We will need the final call for Pro ET, final call for Pro ET in lanes 7 and 8. Final call, Pro ET lanes 7 and 8, please. All right, here we go with the first pair of street eliminator cars for time trial session number 1. At this time, we're going to start calling King of the Hill. King of the Hill, we need you to lanes 5 and 6. King of the Hill cars. Lanes 5 and 6, please. King of the Hill, lanes 5 and 6 for your first time trial session. Again, final call, Pro ET. You'll be coming out here momentarily. Pro ET, we need you to lanes 7 and 8. King of the Hill, 5 and 6, please. King of the Hill, 5 and 6 for your first time trial session. Jim Neighbor, 1133 in the auto value lane. Zach Schroeder, 1313 in the Fast Freddy's lane. Something I wanted to mention, sponsorship by Lou's Hot Rod Shop giveaway this weekend. It'll be the passing of the torch to honor the multi-generational racing families. Prize will be awarded to someone who is a racer and their family, children, spouse, or parents. It's a $100 value in prizes presented by Louis Raffetto, owner and operator of Lou's Hot Rod Shop. So again, Louis. Louis will be giving out prizes this weekend, both today and tomorrow, and it will be the passing of the torch to honor multi-generational racing families. The prize will be awarded to someone who is a racer and their family, children, spouse, parent, and it will be a $100 value in prizes presented by Louis Raffetto, owner and operator of Lou's Hot Rod Shop. So we appreciate Louis stepping up and doing that for our racers. All right, this is Pro ET, our first pair in Pro. John Almond in the auto value lane. Justin Malley in the Fast Freddy's lane. $32 and $61 lights respectively. $10.21 for Almond at $126. Justin $10.05 at $134. Next pair, Eric Miller in the Corvette, John Culleton in the Fast Freddy's lane. Eric Miller, 10.25 at 130. John Culleton, 12.03 at 111. Art McCloskey in the auto value lane. Austin Seamers in the Fast Freddy's lane. So once again, this is Pro ET, first time trial session for Pro. We need King of the Hill. King of the Hill should be in 5 and 6. King of the Hill, 5 and 6. Well, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We have a red Pontiac up by the front gate, by the rollback that has a dog in it. Windows are up. The dog looks hot. You've got about 5 minutes to get up here and open the windows and let this poor dog breathe, or we could be breaking windows to save this dog. So again, if you are the owner of a red Pontiac at the front gate near our rollback, it appears there is a dog in there. It looks hot and it needs some air, so someone better report to their vehicle immediately and free this dog. Dave Schmidt going 20 red. Darren Eide is 52. 10.15 at 131 for Darren. Dave Schmidt 10.90 at 122. Louis Raffetto from Lou's Hot Rod Shop, big sponsor out here of Rock Falls Raceway in the Fast Freddy's lane. He is up against Ben Futh from Invergrove Heights in the auto value lane. Bruce Lang in the Auto Value lane. Jim Stockton in the Fast Freddy's lane. Bruce is 15 red. Stockton's 41 on the tree. $9.83 at $135 for Bruce. Jim, $11.50 at $117. Kevin Lubon in the Auto Value lane. Dusty Winrich in the pickup truck, Fast Freddy's lane. Once again, final call for King of the Hill, lanes 5 and 6. Final call, King of the Hill, lanes 5 and 6. All right, at this time, call goes out. First call goes out for Super Pro. Super Pro, we need you to the lanes. Super Pro to the lanes, please. Lanes 10, 11, and 12. Super Pro 10, 11, and 12. If you need to, take lane 13. So Super Pro 10 through 12. If necessary, take lane 13. But please do not clog up the back of the staging lanes, please. Again, Super Pro, we need you to the lanes 10, 11, and 12. Kevin McCarty, 50 on the tree. Hildreth, 70. Hildreth, 888 at 149. Kevin, 1149 at 114. King of the Hill will be coming out here shortly. It looks like we've got about 10 or 12 cars left in Pro to run, and then we'll be going with King of the Hill, time trial session number 1. So final call, King of the Hill, lanes 5 and 6. Super Pro, lanes 10, 11, and 12. Super Pro, 10, 11, and 12, please. Dave Vassar, Super Dave in the Auto Value lane. Joe Marks in the Gone Bananas Duster in the in Fast Freddy's lane. 18 red for Joe Marks. Vassar's 45 on the tree. Dave Vassar, 1086 at 123. Joe Marks, 1094 at 121. Next pair, Carl Geib in the Auto Value lane. It is James Terso in the Fast Freddy's lane. As a reminder, this is a 2-day points race for MDRA members. So if you are an MDRA member, please make sure you stop by the race entry window. There's a clipboard there. You'll need to sign in, and make sure you sign in for your points for today and tomorrow if you plan to attend both events. Also, for Rock Falls Raceway points members who are interested in attending the ET Finals in September, we have our sign-up sheet for the ET Finals We started that this morning, so ET final sign up is going on at the race entry window. Carl's 3 on the tree, runs a 981 at 136. Terso is late, running 1101 at 124. Tyler Loss, 3 on the tree, 1094 at 120. Dalton Johnson, 45 on the tree, 1106 at 120. Next pair brings up Steve Lewis in the auto value lane. Jason Weiler in the Fast Freddy's lane. Jason's 20 on the tree. Steve is late. So once again, final call for King of the Hill, lanes 5 and 6. We're just wrapping up our first session of Pro ET. Final call, King of the Hill. And we're missing Super Pro cars. We got one Super Pro car in the lane. We should have Super Pro 10, 11, and 12. All Super Pro cars, 10, 11, and 12, please. We need you to the lanes for your first time trial session, please. Super Pro to the lanes, 10, 11, and 12. Mel Knott in the auto value lane. Eric Anderson in the Camaro in the Fast Freddy's lane. Eric is 25, Mel is 18. Eric runs 993 at 130, Mel Knott 969 at 137. All right, here we go. King of the Hill. King of the Hill. This is your first time trial session. Final call, King of the Hill. You are going down the track right now. So if you're a King of the Hill car and in the pits, you're going to miss your call. Lanes 5 and 6, King of the Hill. All Super Pro vehicles, 10, 11, and 12. Super Pro 10, 11, and 12 for your first time trial session, please. Ryan Hull is way red. Tim Merrick, way green. Tim runs a 1220 at 110. Ryan, 1074 at 124. Justin DeForest in the auto value lane. It's Carl Wamoff in the Fast Freddy's lane. Once again, Super Pro, we need you to the lanes 10, 11, and 12. Super Pro, lanes 10, 11, and 12, please. Rob Dankers in the Auto Value lane. Will Hale in the Fast Freddy's lane. Both drivers are green. 1090 at 128 for Rob. Will Hale 1095 at 120. Justin Gunn in the Auto Value lane. Chris Schwartz in the Fast Freddy's lane. Justin Gunn 8,000 red. Chris Schwartz is 24 green. Justin runs an 1132 at 118. Chris Schwartz 1281 at 105. Final call, Super Pro. Final call, Super Pro, 10, 11, and 12. Final call, Super Pro. You'll be coming out here in just a matter of a couple of minutes. Final call, Super Pro, 10, 11, and 12. Super Pro, 10, 11, and 12. Junior Dragsters, you're on high alert. Junior Dragsters, high alert. You'll be coming back to the lanes here in just a couple of minutes. Junior Dragsters on high alert. Again, final call. Super Pro, 10, 11, and 12. Super Pro, 10, 11, and 12. All right, looks like Jack Weiler is taking a single as the Mustang of Terso is leaking fluid between the burnout box and starting line. So we're going to take care of that. All right, with the final time trial, final car in King of the Hill taking its time trial, John Black in the Fast Freddy's lane. He's green, very green, runs 965 at 134. So again, that wraps up King of the Hill first time trial session. We're cleaning up the starting line area between the burnout box and the starting line with some fluid that was left up there. We'll be running Super Pro here momentarily, but again, final call, Super Pro 10, 11, and 12. Super Pro 10, 11, and 12. All right, after we complete our first session of all categories, we are going to call a combo gamblers race. For any money car, we'll have a combo gamblers race. We'll run no box separately, and when the total field reaches 16 or less, we will combine you on a ladder for the final rounds. It'll be a $50 entry fee, and I will start calling no box cars to the lanes here very shortly. But again, we will do a combo gamblers name. Combo gamblers race, again, $50 entry, run separately, and then we'll combine them at 16 or less. All right, Super Pro, first pair on the line. Scott Berghammer in the auto value lane. Austin Seamers in the Fast Freddy's lane. 3 on the tree for Scott, 11 for Austin. Scott runs 948 at 149. Austin, 891 at 153. Looks like a new ride here for Butch Belair. A little pickup truck. And Louis Raffetto from Lou's Hot Rod Shop in the Fast Freddy's lane. Four red for Belair, 21 for Louis. Butch runs through the traps, 1088 at 121. Louis, 935 at 142. Driver having some issues. Door is open. Either doesn't have reverse in the transmission or something, but having a problem. All right, apparently has it figured out now. It is Cam Belisle in the auto value lane. Apparently Brian Henkel from Coon Rapids in the 98 Camaro in the Fast Freddy's lane. All right, still having some problems with the Camaro. They're going to back him off. We're going to send Cam as a single. Cam has a 49 light. And at the quarter mile, runs a 9:23 at 1:39. All right, I guess the Camaro's going to try it again. We've got Alex Barmettler in the auto value lane. Again, Brian Henkel in the Camaro in the Fast Freddy's lane. Alex runs a 9:17 at 1:41. Henkel, not sure what's going on there. 11:61 at 66 miles per hour. Sam Hamilton from Hanover, Minnesota in the 70 Firebird in the auto value lane. It is John Blomberg from Cumberland in the 70 Nova in the Fast Freddy's lane. Junior Dragsters, we need you back to lane 2. Junior Dragsters to lane 2, please. Junior Dragsters, we need you back to lane number 2. Junior Dragsters to lane 2. And final call for Super Pro. We still probably got about 15 cars or so in the lanes, but we need final call Super Pro 10, 11, and 12. Super Pro 10, 11, and 12. Junior Dragsters to lane 2, please. Junior Dragsters to lane 2, please. Mel Knott in the auto value lane. Kevin Fouch in the Fast Freddy's lane. Very similar reaction times, 44 to a 49. Mel runs a 9:70 at 1:35. Kevin, 10:36 at 1:27. At this time, we're going to start calling the no box portion of our combo gamblers, no box portion of a combo gamblers to lanes 7 and 8. If you would like to participate in a gamblers race, it'll be a combo gamblers race, $50 entry fee. We will run you separate until there's 16 cars or less in the total field, and then we will put you on a ladder for the final rounds. So no box cars interested in a gamblers race, no box cars 7 and 8, please, with your $50 cash entry fee. It is Dale Hildreth in the auto value lane, Pat Kelly in the Fast Freddy's lane. Once again, junior dragsters to lane number 2. Junior dragsters to lane number 2 for your second qualifying session. Junior dragsters, lane number 2, please. Hildreth was 5 red, Pat Kelly's 44, Kelly's 1023, Hildreth. Doug Katina in the dragster in the auto value lane, 29 on the tree, Kevin McCarty 7 on the tree. Doug runs a 780 at 170, Kevin McCarty 1146 at 114. Next pair coming to the line is Dave Schmidt in the auto value lane. It is Willie Gray in the old gray Ghost dragster of Willie and Rhonda Gray in the Fast Freddy's lane. Once again, junior dragsters, lane 2, please. Junior dragsters, lane 2, please. Dave Schmidt, 33 on the tree. Willie, 22 on the tree. Willie runs a 764 at 174. Dave Schmidt, 1088 at 122. John Allman coming to this line now. Dean Wentler in the dragster. Wentler's 14 on the tree, Almond's 3 on the tree. Wentler runs 770 at 171. Almond 1034 at 117. Once again, we are going to do a combo gamblers race. Listen up, everybody. If you are a money car and would like to run in a gamblers race, it's going to be a combo gamblers race. We are going to run box and no box separately until the total field reaches 16 or less, when we will combine you on a ladder for the final rounds of eliminations. At this time, I am calling the no box cars to 7 and 8. No box cars to 7 and 8. It's a $50 entry fee. Box, you'll be called here momentarily. But again, it's a combo gamblers race. No box, we need you to lanes 7 and 8. And box cars, you can bring them back to lanes 10 and 11 if you would like to gamble. 10 and 11 for box, and 7 and 8 for no box. Bruce Lang in the auto value lane. Tony Robertson in the Fast Freddy's lane. Tony Robertson, 2 on the tree. Bruce Lang is 21. Tony runs 781 at 170. Bruce Lang 980 at 135. Next pair. Final pair on the line for Super Pro brings up Eric Anderson in the Camaro in the auto value lane, and it's Greg Lemke in the Fast Freddy's lane. Eric's 31 on the tree. Lem is late. Lem runs a 787 at 171. Eric Anderson 992 at 128. And the final car in Super Pro brings up Big Block Sean in the auto value lane. So once again, gamblers, no box gamblers. We need no box gamblers to lanes 7 and 8. We need box gambler to lanes 10 and 11. Box gambler, 10 and 11. Pro or no box, 7 and 8 for a gambler's race. $50 entry fee. We need Street Eliminator back to the lanes. Street Eliminator to 3 and 4. Street Eliminator for your second time trial session to lanes 3 and 4. Street Eliminator 3 and 4, please. All right, so we've got one Super Pro car left to run, and then we're going to go with the second qualifying session for juniors, followed by our Street Eliminator session number 2. Again, we need gamblers to the lanes. 7 and 8 for no box, 7 and 8 for no box, and box cars 10 and 11. So box cars 10 and 11, no box 7 and 8. It is a $50 gambler race, $50 entry. When you pull into lanes, please pull all the way to the front of the lanes, please. All right, we're on our last pass of dragging. We're going to have Josh spray out to the 60-foot here, and then we're going to go with round number 1 with the gamblers. No box will come out first, followed by box. So if you would like to get in the gamblers, there's still a little time. No box is in 7 and 8. Box is in 10 and 11. Final call. The potential buys for first round of the gamblers in no box, it's going to go to Mr. Patrick Kelly. He was the first one with a 003 light. So he will be the potential buy. And in box, the potential buy goes to Big Black Sean with a trip zip. So all of the money cars who are not gambling, if you are money car and not gambling, you will get a second and final time run here a little bit later on this morning. You will be called a non-gambling money car, and we will call you up a little bit later this morning. Box and no box will run together for their final time trial session. Again, that is if you are not gambling. All right, here we go. Round number 1 of our combo gamblers. Coming out first is our no box category. It is Justin Malley in the auto value lane, 1004 dial. Dustin Winrich, 1029 dial in the Fast Freddy's lane. Tree comes down. Both drivers are off with green lights. It's a 008 reaction time for Justin Malley, better of the two, and he gets there first for the win. He runs a 10:10 at 130 for the win. Dustin runs a 10:32 at 126. So Justin advances to round number 2. It is Louis Raffetto from Lou's Hot Rod Shop. Again, this weekend, he's doing the passing of the torch to honor multi-generational racing families, a $100 value in prizes, and that will be awarded to someone who is a racer and their family, with children, spouse, or parent all participating in drag racing. Louis dials in with a 935. Dave Vassar, 1086 in the Fast Freddy's lane. Both drivers are off. And Louis Raffetto in a double breakout takes the win. Dave Vassar is way late. Louis is 17 on the tree. Louis gets there first, breaking out by 8 thousandths. Again, Vassar breaking out by 100th and a half. John Marzalek, 1060 dial in the Dodge Dart in the auto value lane. He dials in with a 1060. It is Rudy Suki in the 64 Nova 969 dial in the Fast Freddy's lane. Green lights a pair as they depart the starting line. Starting line advantage goes to Rudy Suki. He's 20 on the tree. Marzlik is in the 60s. Marzlik breaking out by a 100th, but Suki gets there first, runs a 71 on a 69 dial for the win. On the starting line now is Mel Knott in the Harmel Racing 48 Silver Streak Pontiac. He is a multi-time Pro ET champion here with a string of, I believe 6 championships on his belt. He dials in with a 971. It is Dave Schmidt in the Chevy Nova 1088 dial for Dave. Starting line advantage went to Dave, and in a double breakout, Dave is going to take the win. Big breakouts here. We got Mel Knott running a 62 on his 71 dial. Schmidt running a Almond 1031 dial, Carl Geib 981 dial. Carl runs a 978 at 137. Almond 1033 on his 31 dial. Darren Eide, 1014 dial in the auto value lane. Kevin Lubon, 967 dial. Starting line advantage goes to Darren Eide, but it's Kevin Luban who gets the win. Darren gets there first, breaks out, runs a 10-10 on his 14 dial. Luban a 968 at 137 for the win. Next pair, Dale Hildreth in the auto value lane, 887 dial for Dale. It's Dalton Johnson from Eau Claire in the 69 Camaro, 1105 for Dalton. Very similar reaction times, just 6 thou separates them on the tree. 12 on the tree for Dale, 18 for Dalton, and it is Dale Hildreth taking the win. 888 at 148 on his 87 dial. Dalton Johnson and 1108 on his 05 dial. So Dale Hildreth moving on. Double 2 red for the driver in the Fast Freddy's lane, missing some driver info for him. Pete McKeith gets the automatic win. Pete runs an 857 at 156. The other driver, 1165 at 121. Joe Marks as the final pair coming into the burnout box. Joe Marks and Bruce Lang. Bruce Lang also a sponsor here at Rock Falls Raceway with B&K Trucking out of Marathon, Wisconsin. He's in the 68 CUDA with a 980 dial. It is the Gone Bananas Joe Marks Duster 1090 dial for Joe. Both drivers are off. Joe's 21 on the tree, taking the automatic win as Bruce Lang is 25 red. At the finish line, Joe Marks 1087 at 121. Bruce Lang dead on his dial with a 6. Getting the bye in the first round due to the best reaction time from the time run is going to be Pat Kelly. He dials in with a 1024. I need King of the Hill. King of the Hill, we need you back to the lanes for your second time trial session. King of the Hill to lanes 5 and 6, please. King of the Hill, lanes 5 and 6 for your second time trial session. King of the Hill, 5 and 6, please. Boxcars saddle up. Boxcars saddle up. Here we go. Pat Kelly leaves the line. He's 15 on the tree, runs an 1119 on his 1024 dial. Pulling into the burnout box is going to be round number 1 of the box side of our combo gamblers. It's Dragster versus Door Car. It is the Dragster of Willie Gray. Willie and Rhonda Gray. We call him Old Man Willie. Great family right there. Great family. Willie and Rhonda Gray. Willie dials in with a 764. It is Kevin McCarty in the Door Car. 1145 dial for Kevin. Willie waits and waits, and off he goes. Green lights a pair for both of these drivers. Starting line advantage goes to Kevin, and Kevin's going to take the win. Willie gets there first, but breaks out running a 61 on his 64 dial. Kevin runs an 1148 at 114 and is 16 on the tree to Willie's 37 light. So Kevin moving on. Tony Robertson in the Dragster in the auto value lane, 782 dial for Tony. It is Austin Seamers in the 55 Chevy, 893 dial for Austin in the Fast Freddy's lane. Once again, we need King of the Hill to lanes 5 and 6 for your second time trial session. Again, King of the Hill, we need you to 5 and 6, please. King of the Hill. Apparently, Phil is the only one who wants to make another time run. And yowza. Trip zip for Tony Robertson, 23 for Austin. In a double breakout, it's going to be Tony Robertson taking the win, breaking out by the lesser amount. He runs an 80 with a 2 on his 82 dial again. He's trip zip on the tree. Austin 23 on the tree, breaking out 890 on his 93 dial. So Tony moves on to the next round. Next pair, Butch Belair from Princeton, Minnesota. Like I said before, in his new ride, or new to him ride, the pickup truck of Butch and Linda Belair. He dials in with a 1086. It is Ryan Paskey in the dragster from Oronico, Minnesota in the 98 Racecraft 805 dial. And 00 lights for both drivers, double O's. And in a breakout, double breakout again, we've got Ryan Paskey taking the win. Ryan's 002, Butch is 009. Butch breaks out by 2 hundredths. Ryan breaks out by 17 hundredths. So it is Ryan Paskey in a double breakout moving on to round number 2. And this is our final pair in box, bringing up Big Black Sean, 1024 dial, against Greg Lemke from Lemke Construction, 787 dial for Lem. A thou separates them on the tree, 1,000th, nearly identical. Starting line advantage by a thou to Sean. He's got a 28 package. He's 20 dead on his dial with a 9, 19 on the tree. Lem is 20 on the tree and 1 over. So it'll be Big Black Sean moving on to round number 2. So that wraps up round number 1 of our Combo Gamblers race. Once again, King of the Hill to lanes 5 and 6. King of the Hill, we need you to 5 and 6, please. All right, with the Combo Gamblers, we're going to keep you guys separate for one more round, and then we will put you on a ladder. So Combo Gamblers will need no box and box winners back to the respective lanes at your earliest convenience. Again, this will be second round coming up for you guys, and we will keep you separate for one more round, and then we will put you on a ladder. We should have 10 coming back for no box and 4 coming back in box. So again, we need King of the Hill. We should have 19 vehicles for King of the Hill. It looks like we have 11 or 13 because I can't count. So we're missing, there is 14. We're missing about a handful here. So final call, King of the Hill. Final call, King of the Hill to lanes 5 and 6 for your second time trial session. Junior Dragsters, you can start making your way back to staging lane number 2 for your third and final qualifying session. Junior Dragsters, your third and final qualifying session to lane number 2, please. Junior Dragsters, lane number 2 for your third and final qualifying session. Again, for those cars that are not gambling today, those money cars that are not gambling, we're going to call you up to the lanes here a little bit later on for your second and final time trial session for money cars. You will be called here a little bit later on. So I didn't forget you. We're just holding off on non-gambling money cars for a little bit longer. All right, King of the Hill, saddle up. King of the Hill, saddle up. Once again, we need juniors back to lane number 2. Juniors to lane number 2 for your third and final qualifying session. Final call, King of the Hill. We need you to just saddle up. King of the Hill, saddle up. You're coming out for your second time trial session. This is our King of the Hill second time trial session. Once again, All junior dragsters in lane number 2 for your third and final qualifying session today. All junior dragsters, lane number 2, please, for your third and final qualifying session. All right, so once again, I need gambler winners back. Gambler winners back. You are not on a ladder. We're going to go one more round off the ladder. So we need no box winners back to lanes 7 and 8. No box winners back to 7 and 8. Box winners back to 10 and 11. We need gambler winners. We need you back. Street Eliminator for your third and final time trial session. Street Eliminator to lanes 3 and 4. Street Eliminator to lanes 3 and 4, please. Juniors, saddle up, please. Junior dragsters, saddle up, please. This is your third and final qualifying session. Once again, we need all gambler winners back to the lanes. No box in 7 and 8. Box cars 10 and 11. Box 10 and 11. No box 7 and 8. All right, here we go. Junior dragsters, third and final qualifying session, please. Once again, we need street eliminator to 3 and 4, street eliminator to 3 and 4, please, for your third and final time trial session. 3 and 4, street eliminator. And once again, today and tomorrow, Lou's Hot Rod Shop giveaway. It's the passing of the torch to honor multi-generational racing families. A prize will be awarded each day to someone who is a racer and their family, with a family being involved of children, spouses, parents, grandparents. All are eligible. It's a $100 value in prizes. It's presented by Lou's Hot Rod Shop and Louis Raffetto, owner and operator. So once again, we thank Louis for that great award. Here we go. Third qualifying session for junior dragsters. It's Aspen Mahar in the auto value lane. Owen Drake in the Fast Freddy's lane. Owen has a 17 light, Aspen with a 55 light. Owen runs 780 at 84 miles per hour. Aspen 792 at 81 miles per hour. Next pair brings up Maya Smith. She was runner-up in our junior dragster points chase in 2019. It is Ryan Leonard in the Fast Freddy's lane from Inver Grove Heights in his junior dragster. Maya Smith goes red. Ryan Leonard is late, but Ryan runs a 782 at 82 miles per hour. Maya 797 at 81 and a half. Final call, gambler winners. We're going to get running you right after our street time trial. So no box, saddle up. There should be 10 of you. 2, 4, 6. All 10 are here, and there are 4 box cars. So we need all gamblers, saddle up, please. All gamblers, saddle up. You will be coming out next. At this time, I need King of the Hill to the lanes. King of the Hill to lanes 5 and 6 for your third and final time trial session. King of the Hill to lanes 5 and 6 for your third and final time trial session. We need all gamblers to saddle up. All non-gambling money cars, we're going to start calling you to lanes 12 and 13. Non-gambling money cars to lanes 12 and 13. So if you did not gamble, again, if you gambled, you are done with time trials for today. But if you did not gamble, we need you to come to lanes 12 and 13 for your second and final time trial session. All non-gambling money cars, lanes 12 and 13 for your second and final time trial session. Again, we need King of the Hill to lanes 5 and 6, and we need non-gambling money cars 12 and 13, please. All right, here we go. Round number 2 of our combo gamblers race. No box coming up first. 10 cars remaining in no box, 4 in box. The first pair, Dale Hildreth in the auto value lane, 887 dial. It is Pat Kelly with a 1025 dial in the Fast Freddy's lane. Similar reaction times, and win light goes to Dale Hildreth. He's 36 on the tree. Kelly's 43. Kelly gets there first, breaks out by 9 thou. Dale Hildreth runs an 890 on his 887 dial for the win. Pete McKeith in the auto value lane, 857 dial, 1083 for Dave Schmidt. So Pete McKeith is 008 on the tree, takes the win, 861 at 153. Dave Schmidt is late and runs a 1086 at 120. So Pete McKeith will advance to the next round. Justin Malley, 1004 dial in the auto value lane, 1088 dial for the Gone Bananas Duster of Joseph P. Marks. Joe Marks goes 5 thou red. Justin Malley's 20 on the tree, so automatic win to Justin Malley. Justin runs a 1007 on his 04 dial. Joe Marks an 89 on his 88 dial. So Justin moves on to the next round. Moving into our box category where 4 competitors remain. All right, we've got Kevin McCarty in the door car in the auto value lane, 1147 dial for Kevin. Ryan Paskey in the dragster dials in with an 804. Another set of 00 lights. Going to take the win this time. In a double breakout, it is going to be Ryan Paskey. Paskey is 002, McCarty 006. Getting there first is McCarty, but he breaks out running a 44 on his 47 dial. Paskey breaks out by 100th, so he takes the win and will advance to the next round. Our final pair in our combo gamblers brings up Big Block Sean. 1024 dial in the auto value lane. Tony Robertson in the dragster. 779 for Tony in the Fast Freddy's lane. We're going to have King of the Hill saddle up. You'll be coming out here for your third and final time trial session. And once again, we need all non-gambling money cars. All non-gambling money cars, please report to lanes 12 and 13. Non-gambling money cars, lanes 12 and 13, please. Big Block Sean with a starting line advantage. He's 17 to Tony's 64 light. Sean gets there first, breaks out, running a 21 on his 24 dial for the loss. Tony Robertson taking the win, 780 at 160 for the win. So that wraps up round number 2 of our combo gamblers. We'll be out with a ladder for the final rounds of our combo gambler here shortly. If lanes 12 and 13 are full, bring them down into lane 11. Again, in the back of the staging lanes, if 12 and 13 are full, bring them down in lane 11. Please do not clog up the back of the lanes. Bring them down in lane 11 if 12 and 13 are full. All right, we've got the pairings for first round of junior dragsters. So listen up, junior dragsters. This is the first round pairings. It is going to be Maya Smith, car 3102, versus Ryan Leonard, car 5162. So Maya Smith versus Ryan Leonard. It is Wyatt Knott, car 528, versus Ivan Bolig, car 5002. So Knott versus Bolig. It is Charlie Weiler with car 606X. Charlie Weiler versus Bryn Candahammer, car 5164. So Charlie versus Bryn. So Weiler versus Callhammer. It is car 568 of Owen Drake versus the car 10X of Brody Robertson. So Brody Robertson versus Owen Drake. Next pair brings up Braden Paskey, car 579 of Braden Paskey versus car 555 of Aspen Mahar. So Aspen Mahar versus Braden Paskey. It is Nick Rademacher in car 569 up against Hannah Drake. So Hannah Drake in car 500H against the car of Nick Rademacher, car 569. Next pair, Jack Weiler in car 601X. Jack Weiler in car 601X versus the car 3925 of Thomas Cohen. So Thomas Cohen, 3925 versus Jack Weiler. The final pairing brings up Jocelyn Geib, car 5001 of Jocelyn Geib versus Skylar Bremer, car 5003. So Geib versus Bremer. And getting the bye run is going to be AJ Lee Young with a 002 reaction time. AJ is your bye. So again, the pairings for juniors are Lee Young with a bye, Geib versus Bremer, Weiler versus Conan, Jack Weiler versus Conan, Rademacher versus Drake, Paskey versus Mahar, Owen Drake versus Robertson, Charlie Weiler versus Bryn Callhammer, Wyatt Knott versus Ivan Bolig, and Maya Smith versus Ryan Leonard. So those are the pairings. Just so you know, when we do call you, those are the pairings. Again, final call on all non-gambling money cars. All non-gambling money cars, we need you to lanes 12 and 13. Take 11 if necessary. Do not clog up the back of the lanes. Pull into lane 11. Again, final call, non-gambling money cars, lanes 12 and 13. Non-gambling money cars, lanes 12 and 13. We need gambler winners back. Gambler winners, we need you back. You are now on a ladder. Combo gambler winners, you are now on a ladder. We need you back. The pairings are as follows. For the combo gamblers, we have Louis Raffetto versus Tony Robertson. So Dorcar versus Dragster. It is the Novas of Pete McKeith versus Dale Hildreth. And it is Justin Malley versus Rudy Suki. So Suki versus Malley, Hildreth versus McKeith, Raffetto versus Robertson, and Ryan Paskey with the bye. So Paskey with the bye. Again, Raffetto versus Robertson, McKeith versus Hildreth, and Malley versus Suki. So we need gambler winners. We need you back. There are 7 of you remaining. We'll need gambler winners back, please. Again, final call for non-gambling money cars in lanes 12 and 13. Saddle up. You guys will be coming out here momentarily. All right, we've got our final pair of King of the Hill cars in the burnout box. And we've got a single and king, and then we have non-gambling money cars. Non-gambling money cars, saddle up. We're pulling you out here right now. Non-gambling money cars, saddle up, please. Again, final call. Non-gambling money cars, lanes 12 and 13. Non-gambling money cars, lanes 12 and 13 for your second and final time trial session, please. And once again, we need gambler winners back to the lanes. Gambler winners, we need you back to the lanes. Malley versus Suki. McKeith versus Hildreth. Raffetto versus Robertson. And Ryan Paskey with the bye. right, just a couple more cars left for the guaranteed time trial for non-gambling money cars. We'll have gamblers saddle up. Gamblers saddle up. All 7 of you are back. I would like to run the semifinals here before we get started with our regular eliminations. So if the 4 winners could come back, we'd like to run those before we get ready to run round number 1 of regular eliminations. So winners, gambler winners of these 7, we need you back ASAP. Mike Larson taking a pass in his front engine dragster, 854 and 153. All right, that's it for time runs. Time runs are done for the day. We're going to get ready to go into our regular program here shortly, but we're going to run this round of our gamblers and one more round before regular eliminations. So we need the winners of the gamblers, the 4 winners of this round. We'll need you back as soon as possible, please. All right, here we go. Quarterfinals. It is Justin Malley, 1004 dial in the auto value lane. Rudy Suki from Phillips, Wisconsin, the 64 Nova 970 dial for for Rudy. And 007 red light for Justin. So that sends Rudy into the semifinals. Justin breaks out running 3 thou under his dial. He runs a 1003 with a 7 on his 1004 dial with 7 thou red. Rudy is 69 on the tree and 2 over his dial. Next pair on the line. It is Dale Hildreth, 888 dial for Dale in the auto value lane. Pete McKeith in the 67 Chevy 2, 857 dial for Pete. It was a 003 light for Dale Hildreth. Pete McKeith's 49 on the tree. Dale gets there first, breaks out by 100th, and Pete McKeith is your winner. 861 on his 57 dial for the win. The final pair brings up Tony Robertson in the dragster tower side, 779 dial. Louis Raffetto from Lou's Hot Rod Shop, 933 dial in the Fast Freddy's lane. Starting line advantage goes to the door car with a 007 light. Louis gets there first, breaks out by 0.02 of a second. Tony Robertson is 25 on the tree, runs an 80 on his 79 dial for the win. So Tony will be back for the semifinals, where it will be a set of dragsters. It'll be Robertson versus Paskey. Paskey getting the bye in this round, and McKeith versus Suki. So dragsters a pair, door cars a pair. So Paskey versus Robertson, and McKeith versus Suki in our semifinal pairings of our combo gamblers. Paskey breaking out is 802 on his 04 dial, 29 on the tree. So once again, that wraps up the quarterfinals of our combo gamblers race. It'll be Paskey versus Robertson and McKeith versus Suki. So we need those 4 finalists back to the staging lanes as soon as humanly possible. All right, we're going to do some little track cleanup while we're waiting for the 4 finalists to come back. Once we have those back, we'll run that round, and then we will start loading lanes for regular eliminations. So once again, we need those 4 finalists back, please. Paskey versus Robertson and McKeith versus Suki for the semifinals of our combo gamblers, please. Junior dragsters, you can start making your way. This is just your first call, so don't panic. Juniors can start making their way to lane number 2. Again, the pairings for the juniors are as follows. It is going to be AJ Leung with a bye, Jocelyn Guy versus Skylar Bremer, Jack Weiler versus Thomas Conan, Nick Rademacher versus Hannah Drake, Braden Paskey versus Aspen Mahar, Owen Drake versus, I believe, Brody Robertson, Charlie Weiler versus Bryn Callhammer, Wyatt Knott versus Ivan Bolig, and Maya Smith versus Ryan Leonard. Now, I do realize that a couple of the parents are involved in the gamblers race. We're going to run the gamblers race, and then we'll get the juniors up here. So, parents, don't panic. All right, appears we have all 4 of our vehicles back. It'll be the dragsters running each other and the door cars running each other. So it'll be a dragster versus door car final. Who will it be? We're going to find out here in just a few minutes. Once drivers decide on lane choice, we'll have them saddle up, bring them up for our semifinal round. All right, I hear thunder in the pipes. Semi-final round of our combo gamblers coming to the burnout box now. Again, we need all juniors back to lane number 2 for your pairings. And we will start loading Street Eliminator. Street Eliminator, you can start making your way. This is your first call to the lanes 3 and 4. Street Eliminator 3 and 4. All junior dragsters for round number 1 to lane number 2, please. Looks like the door cars are coming out first. All right, door cars. Pete McKeith in the auto value lane, 857 dial from Galesville, Wisconsin in his 67 Chevy 2. It is Rudy Suki in his 64 Nova from Phillips, Wisconsin, dialed in with a 970. Tree comes down, Rudy's off, and so is Pete. Wow, look at those reaction times. 002 to a 001 light. These guys aren't messing around. It is Rudy Suki taking the win. He's 001 on the tree, runs a 72 on his 70 dial for the win. Pete McKeith is 002, runs a 59 with a 4 on his 57 dial. So it is Rudy Suki going into the final against one of these dragsters. All right, the dragsters of Ryan Paskey from Aronico, Minnesota in the 98 Racecraft auto value lane 803 dial. Tony Robertson from Rochester in his dragster dials in with a 780 in the Fast Freddy's lane. Tree comes down, both drivers are green. Starting line advantage goes to the dragster of Tony Robertson, and in a double breakout, it is indeed Tony who takes the win. Tony's 12 on the tree breaks out by 4 thousandths of a second. Ryan Paskey's 35 on the tree and breaks out by almost 2.5. So it is Tony Robertson going to the final against Rudy Suki, Dorkar versus Dragster. So we are going to hold off and run that final a little bit later, as both of the Dragsters are junior dragster dads, and will need to get their kid and their cars down here. So we're going to park the final of our gamblers race until a little bit later in the day. But at this time, we'll need all junior dragsters for round number 1 to lane number 2. We need street eliminator to lanes 3 and 4, please. All right, we need all junior dragster to lane number one. I'm sorry, lane number two. All juniors to lane number two for round number one. All juniors to lane number two for round number one. It looks like they're just about all here. And we also need street eliminator to lanes 3 and 4. Street eliminator to lanes 3 and 4 for round number one. We're missing a few in street. Nice car pulling in the gate there. All right, it appears that all of our juniors are here. I believe all 17 of them. Again, final call street eliminator to lanes 3 and 4. We only have 5 in street. We're missing a few. So street eliminator, you should be in lanes 3 and 4. At this time, we're going to get ready before we start round number one. We're going to do an invocation before our national anthem. So before we get going here, if we can have everyone please rise and remove your hats for our invocation, followed by our national anthem. So I will turn the mic over to Vince Bennett for our invocation.
Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for this marvelous day. We thank you for this track and all the people working here and serving us. Thank you for the drivers and the crews and the families that are here as well. Lord, we ask that you would look over us, you would keep us safe, protect us from all harm and danger. And we ask that you help us to be on our best behavior and be patient with one another as we work through today. We ask this in your name, Lord Jesus. Amen.
Thank you, Vince. And if you would please remain standing for the playing of our national anthem. Well, thank you to Marie Kruger for that beautiful rendition of our country's national anthem. At this time, we are ready to go drag racing here on Saturday, July 11th, for the kickoff of our 2-day bracket race. Junior dragsters, saddle up, please. Junior dragsters, saddle up. You'll be coming out first. Again, final call, street eliminator. Street eliminator, final call to lanes 3 and 4. First call goes out to Pro ET. First call goes out to Pro ET in lanes 7, 8, and 9. We need Pro ET, lanes 7, 8, and 9. This is your first call to staging. Pro ET, lanes 7, 8, and 9. Street eliminator, final call to 3 and 4, please. All right, juniors, bring them up. Let's roll them to the front. The potential buy in street eliminator, if there is one, goes to car 408. Chris Schwartz will be the potential buy in street if there is one. I believe it is an even number of 8 vehicles. The potential buy in Pro ET for round number 1 will go to John Blomberg. B577 will be the potential buy. Again, they are potential buys. Potential. Potential means that you might get the buy, but only if there is an odd number of vehicles. So potential means you might get it. It is not a promise. Sometimes people misconstrue that word or misunderstand or don't know the meaning of it. It means potential means you might get the buy. All right, here we go. Looks like a pair of flamed junior dragsters are the first set out. Aspen Mahar, 790 dial for Aspen in the auto value lane. Braden Paskey, 1212 dial in the Fast Freddy's lane. Tree comes down. Both young drivers are green. Starting line advantage goes to Aspen, and she will pick up the win. She runs dead on her dial with a 1. She's got the better of the 2 reaction times. Braden runs a 12:25 on his 12:12 dial. So Aspen will be moving on to the next round. Next pair of juniors is Maya Smith in the auto value lane, 794 dial. Ryan Leonard, 790 dial in the Fast Freddy's lane. .009 red for Ryan Leonard, automatic win to Maya Smith. She's 31 on the tree, and at the finish line, Maya runs a 798 on her 94 dial. Ryan Leonard, a 793 on his 790 dial. Next pair, last year's, actually, I believe she's a 3-time junior dragster champion with consecutive championships on her belt. 805 dial for Jocelyn in the junior dragster in the auto value lane. She is up against Skylar Bremer, 1078 dial for Skylar in the Fast Freddy's lane. And the win light is going to go to Jocelyn Geib. She's got the better of the 2 reaction times. She's in 39 on the tree, runs a 16 on her 05 dial for the win. Skylar Bremer, 1096 at 58 miles per hour. It is Brody Robertson, 1192 dial in the auto value lane. It is Owen Drake with a 790 dial in the Fast Freddy's lane. Brody Robertson goes red, automatic win to Owen Drake. Owen runs a 783 at 84 miles per hour. Brody Robertson, 1199 at 51 miles per hour. Next pair, Ivan Bolig in another flamed dragster. 1266 dial for Ivan. Wyatt Knott, 919 in the Fast Freddy's lane. Harmel Racing sponsor junior. Both drivers are off with green lights. Wyatt charging down, trying to catch up to Ivan. Will he do it? Yes, he does. Wyatt gets there first, runs a 24 on his 19 dial for the win. Ivan Bolig breaks out, runs a 1262 on his 66 dial. So Wyatt will advance. It's Bryn Callhammer from Invergrove Heights. Junior 790 dial, and Bryn goes red. Charlie Weiler gets the automatic win. He dials a 793 and runs a 797. Bryn, a 791 at 82 miles per hour. So junior dragsters, just a reminder, if you do lose first round of eliminations, we will have a consolation race for the juniors. Consolation is open to any junior that loses first round of competition. Again, when we call you up for round number 2, we'll have consolation to the rear of lane number 2. The winners will come to the front of lane number 2, but there will be a consolation for first round losers of our junior dragster program. Nick Rademacher, 834 dial in the auto value lane. In the Fast Freddy's lane, Hannah Drake, 790 dial. Starting line advantage goes to Nick, and Nick gets there first for the win. He wins an 845 at 76 miles an hour for the win. Hannah, 792 at 83 miles per hour. The final pair in our junior dragster first round is Jack Weiler in the Fast Freddy's lane, 790 dial, up against Thomas Conan, 890 dial in the auto value lane. Wow. One of these drivers just went trip zip. It was Thomas Conan. He was trip zip to Weiler's 20 light. Jack gets there first, runs dead on his dial with a 26 package. Thomas Conan runs an 893 on his 90 dial. Very close race here, but Jack Weiler is your winner, and we'll be moving on to the next round. Getting the bye run is AJ Leung, dialing in at a 790. AJ is 8 thou red. Runs a 789 at 82 miles per hour. So AJ automatically advancing to round number 2. So once again, the first round losers of junior dragsters, we will have a consolation race for you. So when we call all juniors back to the lanes, we'll have the junior consolation to the rear of lane number 2. We will have the junior winners to the front of lane number 2. So once again, once we get the clear from the top end of the track, we'll get going with round number 1 of our big cars. We will follow, we will do a street eliminator followed by the Pro ET category. Also, as a reminder today, Lou's Hot Rod Shop is having a giveaway today and tomorrow. It's called the Passing of the Torch to honor multi-generational racing families. They will be providing a prize to someone who is a racer and their family, children, spouse, parent, to watch the generations of racing growing here at Rock Falls Raceway. It is a $100 value in prizes presented by Lou's Hot Rod Shop and owner Louis Raffetto. So thank you again, Louis, for that sponsor. So Street Eliminator, you should be saddling up. Street Eliminator, saddle up, please. All right, here we go. Round number 1, Street Eliminator, coming at ya. Final call, Pro ET. Final call, Pro ET. You should be in lanes 7, 8, and 9. 7, 8, and 9, Pro ET. King of the Hill, you're on standby. King of the Hill on standby. Pro ET, final call, 7, 8, and 9, please. All right, our first pair in Street Eliminator. It is Jake Lesnick in the 05 Ford Taurus. He is dialed in with an 1810. It is Dan Stern in the 18 Dodge Daytona, dialed in with a 1317. Starting line advantage went to Jake Lesnick, and he gets there for the win. Actually, Stern was there first, but he breaks out running a 12 on a 17 dial. Lesnick's your winner, runs 1831 at 75 miles per hour. Tiffany Crownhart in the auto value lane, 1458 dial. Tim Merrick in the Fast Freddy's lane, 1219 dial. It's a teen light for Tim Merrick, and in a double breakout, it is Merrick taking the win. Tiffany is a little late off the starting line. She breaks out running a 47 on her 58 dial. Tim Merrick also breaking out, but breaking out by the lesser amount. Tim runs a 1211 on his 19 dial, so Tim advances to round number 2. We will also have, for first and second round losers of our Street and King category, we will have our last chance eliminator category a little bit later on. It's kind of a second chance race. So again, Street and King, first and second round losers, will have a last chance eliminator a little bit later on. Jamie Kading in the pickup truck 1520 dial. Jim Neighbor 1190 dial in the Fast Freddy's lane. Win light to Jamie Kading, a little bit better reaction time. 1535 at 86 miles per hour for the win. Jim Neighbor 1205 at 123. The final pair in Street Eliminator coming to the line is Benjamin Futh from Invergrove Kites in the 16 Dodge. Is Zach Schroeder, 1310 dial in the Fast Freddy's lane. Benjamin Futh goes red, automatic win to Zach Schroeder. All right, and getting the bye run in our first round of Street Eliminator is going to be Chris Schwartz. Chris is doubling up today, running in Street Eliminator and in King of the Hill. Chris dials in with a 1284. We need Pro ET, saddle up. Pro ET, saddle up, please. We're going to bring you out with round number 1. I need King of the Hill. King of the Hill, lanes 5 and 6. We need King of the Hill to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. King of the Hill, this is your first call to staging lanes 5 and 6. King of the Hill, 5 and 6. Pro ET, 7, 8, and 9. Saddle up, please. Pro ET, 7, 8, and 9. Saddle up, please. So first pair is pulling into the burnout box of Pro ET. Again, we need King of the Hill, 5 and 6, King of the Hill. Round number 1, 5 and 6, we need you to the lanes. Make sure everyone's dial-in on the scoreboards is correct. If it is incorrect, do not stage or pre-stage your vehicle. Get the attention of the tower or the starting line crew. Do not stage on an incorrect dial. If you do, you own it, and you don't come crying to me if it's wrong. Here we go. Round number 1 of our Pro ET category. It is Steve Lewis from North Branch, Minnesota, in the 84 Firebird. 1075 dial for Steve. It is Dale Hildreth in the Nova. 887 dial for Dale in the Fast Freddy's lane. Starting line advantage went to Steve Lewis, who runs a 79 on his 75 dial for the win. Steve's 34 on the tree. Dale's 51. He runs an 890 on his 87 dial. Steve Lewis moving on. Tim Ryan, 1092 dial in the auto value lane. Pat Kelly, 1024 dial. Red light to Tim Ryan, automatic win to Pat Kelly. Tim Ryan, pretty late. Or I'm sorry, yeah, pretty early, pretty red. He breaks out by 4th thou as well. Pat Kelly running dead on his dial with a 5. Bruce Lang from B&K Trucking in his Barracuda. 975 dial for Bruce. Dusty Winrich in the pickup truck. 1032 dial in the Fast Freddy's lane. Attention in the pits, Jim Neighbor. I believe you just went down in Street Eliminator. This morning you left your driver's license at the race entry window. So Jim Neighbor, please return back to the race entry window to claim your driver's license. You may need that a little later. In a double breakout is Dusty Winrich taking the win over Bruce Lang. Dusty had the better of the 2 reaction times, breaking out by the lesser amount, gets the win light. Justin Malley, 1004 dial in the auto value lane. 992 for John Black in the Fast Freddy's lane. Green lights a pair off the starting line. 1 really good, 1 really green. It is going to be Justin Malley, 10 on the tree, takes the win, running a 1011 on his 04 dial. John Black, very late, runs a 995 at 129. Kevin McCarty, 1145 dial in the auto value lane. 933 dial for Louis Raffetto from Lou's Hot Rod Shop in the Fast Freddy's lane. Kevin from Cottage Grove, Louis from Boyd, Wisconsin. Starting line advantage goes to the Chevrolet of Kevin McCarty, but the win light turns on for Louis Raffetto. Louis gets there first, runs dead on his dial with a 2. He's 65 on the tree. McCarty's 30 on the tree. Raffetto taking the win and moving on to the next round. Kevin Lubon, 968 dial from Mantorville, Minnesota in the 81 Olds Cutlass. 968 dial is his chosen numbers today. In the auto value lane. In the Fast Freddy's lane, it is the Harmel Racing Pontiac Silver Streak of Mel Knott. 967 dial for Mel to the 968 dial of Kevin. Starting line advantage by 200 wins to Mel Knott. Mel runs dead on his dial with a 0. 26 packages. He's 26 on the tree to Luban's 46. Luban with dead on his dial with a 0 as well. So the 200th is what made the difference right off the starting line. It is Joe Marks, 1090 dial from St. Michael, Minnesota, in the 71 Gone Bananas Duster. Joe has been a fixture around here for many, many a year. Tyler Law, 1088 dial in the Fast Freddy's lane. Similar reaction times, but 1500 separates them at the starting line in a double breakout. It's Tyler Law taking the win. Tyler breaks out by 1,000th. Joe Marks breaks out by 6,000. So Tyler Law turns on the win light in his lane. Art McCloskey, 1170 dial from St. Paul Park in the 76 Camaro. 1009 dial for Darren Eide in the Fast Freddy's lane. Starting line advantage goes to Darren, and Darren takes the win. Darren's 51 on the tree, runs a 10:15 at 120 for the win. Art is very late, running 11:72 at 113. Next pair, James Terso, 1035 dial in the auto value lane. Davey Hamilton from Hanover, Minnesota in the 70 Firebird, 999 dial for Davey. I need King of the Hill. King of the Hill, you should be in lanes 5 and 6. King of the Hill, 5 and 6. At this time, first call goes out to Super Pro, lanes 10, 11, and 12. Super Pro, lanes 10, 11, and 12. First call for Super Pro, 10, 11, and 12, please. Final call, King of the Hill in lanes 5 and 6. And the win light goes to Davey Hamilton. He's 29 on the tree for the win. 10-0 on his 999 dial. James Terso is late off the line and was a 1069 at 129. Next pair, Austin Seamers in the 55 Chevy, 888 dial. He is up against Super Dave Vassar, 1084 dial in the Fast Freddy's lane. Dave's off. Both lights are green. And the win light goes to Austin Seamers. Austin's 40 on the tree, runs a 93 on his 88 dial for the win. Dave is 2 over his dial, but is late off the line. So Seamers moving on to round number 2. Thank you. John Allman in the auto value lane. Former car owned by Mark Norton, the Mustang. Dalton Johnson in the Camaro, 1101 dial. Win light goes to John Allman. This is where True Start comes into play. This was a double red light. Automatic win goes to Allman as Dalton is 25 red to Allman's 14 red light. So Allman taking the win. On to round number 2. Pete McKeith from Galesville. In the 67 Chevy 2, 858 dial in the auto value lane. It is the Monza of Carl Geib, 978 in the Fast Freddy's lane. Starting line advantage goes to Carl Geib, and Carl will take the win. Pete's 27 on the tree, gets there first but breaks out by 17 thou. Carl Geib is 10 on the tree and runs a 79 with a 6 on his 78 dial for the win. Eric Anderson in the auto value lane, 989 dial in the Camaro from Eau Claire. Jason Weiler, 1026 dial in the Fast Freddy's lane. Starting line advantage goes to Jason Weiler, and he takes the win. 1029 at 131 for the win. Anderson, 990 at 130. Big Black Sean in the auto value lane. Jim Stockton taking the win, running dead on his dial with a 4. He's 48 on the tree. Sean's dead on his dial with a 6, but the difference is in the reaction time. Sean's 62 to Stockton's 48 light. It is Eric Miller, 1022 dial in the auto value lane. Dave Schmidt, 1084 dial in the Fast Freddy's lane. Again, we need Super Pro, 10, 11, and 12. Super Pro, 10, 11, and 12, please. Super Pro, 10, 11, and 12. Dave Schmidt getting the win in another double red light. Schmidt runs 1086 at 122. Final pair in Pro ET brings up John Marzalek in the auto value lane, 1057 dial. Rudy Suki, 971 dial in the Fast Freddy's lane. Again, we need final call, King of the Hill. You can saddle up. King of the Hill, saddle up. The potential buy in King of the Hill round number 1 goes to car 409. 409, Kevin Post will be the potential buy in King of the Hill. We need Super Pro, round number 1, lanes 10, 11, and 12. 10, 11, and 12 for Super Pro. 10, 11, and 12 for Super Pro. Final call, King of the Hill. We're having you saddle up right now. Again, potential buy in King of the Hill is Kevin Post. And getting the buy, round number 1, is John Blomberg. He's chosen the Fast Freddy's lane and dials in with a 1043. Yes, Kevin Post is a potential buy in King of the Hill, round number 1. The potential buy in round number 1 of Super Pro goes to Mr. Douglas Katina, 5805 in his dragster. He is a potential buy in Super Pro. Doug Katina, potential buy in Super Pro in his Racecraft chassis dragster. Here we go. Round number 1 pairings of King of the Hill. It is Phil Johnson in the auto value lane, 1178. Will Hale, 1090 dial in the Fast Freddy's lane. Malibu goes red by 1/1000th of a second. Phil Johnson turns on the win light. At the quarter-mile finish line, it is 1178, dead on his dial for Phil with an 8. Will Hill breaking out by 13 thousandths, but he was 1 thou red. Again, Pro ET just finished up. This is round number 1 of King of the Hill. The first and second round losers in Street Eliminator and King of the Hill, we will have our last chance eliminator, kind of a consolation race. Let's use consolation race rather than losers race. A consolation race for those who were unfortunate and turn on the lose light in rounds 1 and 2. It is Phil Nichols, 1162 dial, to the 1103 dial of Justin DeForest in the Fast Freddy's lane. It's an 18 light for Justin. He takes the win. Phil Nichols is 51. Justin runs 1110 at 120 for the win. Phil Nichols 1170 at 120. Benjamin Futh in the auto value lane. Rob Dankers, Fast Freddy's lane. It's Rob taking the win. He's 006 on the tree. Runs closest to the dial, 1107 at 101. Tim Merrick, 1210 dial in the auto value lane. Ryan Hull, 1072 dial in the Fast Freddy's lane. Starting line advantage to Tim, a 13 to Ryan's 25 light, but getting there first and running closer to the dial is Ryan Hull. 1075 at 124 for the win. Tim Merrick, 1217 at 110. Carl Wamoff in the auto value lane, 1146 dial. Dustin Winrich, 1031 dial. Starting line advantage goes to Dustin, and in a double breakout, it's Dustin who takes the win. Carl breaks out by over a 10th. Dustin, a 27 on his 31 dial, so Dustin moves on. Steve Lewis, 1075 dial to Chris Schwartz's 1282 dial. Starting line advantage goes to Chris Schwartz. He's 11 on the tree, 1287 at 101 for the win. Steve Lewis, a little bit late off the line, runs a 1083 at 130. Once again, we need Super Pro for round number 1, lanes 10, 11, and 12. Super Pro, 10, 11, and 12, please. John Black, 993 dial. Dalton Johnson, 1101 dial. 5,000 separates them on the tree. 5,000. And win light goes to Dalton Johnson. The 5,000 advantage went to John Black. John Black gets there first, breaking out 991 with a 9 by 11,000. He breaks out. Dalton Johnson wins an 1111 on his 1101 for the win. All right, looks like we are winding up round number 1 of our King of the Hill. We need Super Pro. Saddle up, Super Pro, saddle up. Here we go. Round number 1, Super Pro, saddle up. Final pair brings up Keith Terso, 1041 dial in the Mustang. It's Jack Weiler, 1016 dial in the Fast Freddy's lane. And getting the bye run is going to be Keith Terso, as Jack Weiler having some issues on the starting line. He's going to get pushed back. And getting the bye run is going to be Kevin Post. He dials in with a 1022. Kevin's 5,000 red, but gets the automatic win in a bye run. All he needs to do is break the beam. He has done so, runs a 1023 on his 22 dial at 130. So that wraps up round number 1 of King of the Hill. We need junior dragsters back to the lanes. Junior dragsters back to the lanes. The pairings for the next round of juniors are as follows. It's going to be Wyatt Knott versus Maya Smith. Owen Drake versus Charlie Weiler. Jack Weiler versus Nick Rademacher. AJ Leung versus Jocelyn Geib. And Aspen Mahar with the bye. So again, Aspen with a bye. Owen Drake versus Charlie Weiler. Wyatt Knott versus Maya Smith. Jack Weiler versus Nick Rademacher. And AJ Leung versus Jocelyn Geib. Here we go, round number 1 of Super Pro. 1025 dial for Kevin Fouch from Avon, Minnesota in the GTO in the autumn value lane. Dean Wentler in the Dragster 77 dial for Dean in the Fast Freddy's lane. Starting line advantage goes to the Dragster, and it is the Dragster who takes the win in a double breakout. Dean breaks out by 100th. Kevin Fouch breaks out by 300ths. So Dean Wentler going on to round number 2. Another Dragster versus door car matchup. It is Scott Berghammer in the auto value lane. 946 dial. It is Tony Robertson in the Dragster dialed in with a 779. Starting line advantage went to Berghammer. He's 23 to Robertson's 27 light. Tony takes the win as Scott gets there first, breaking out by 12 thou. So Tony moving on. Joe Kerner, Dragster versus Dorkar. 772 dial for Kerner. 1024 dial for Pat Kelly. 5 thou on the starting line. 5 thou separates these two. Win light goes to Kerner. Dragster of Willie Gray to Alex Bartlett's motorcycle. 918 for Alex. Alex runs a 920 at 140. It's Willie Gray taking the win. 763 at 175. He's 23 on the tree for the win. Butch Belair, 1084 dial. Sean Anderson, 1021 dial. And in a double red light, True Start is effective here. It is Butch Belair with a 005 light getting the win. Big Block Sean, 16 red. So Butch Belair moves on to round number 2. Butch runs a 1081 with an 8 on his 84 dial. Sean also breaking out, runs a 1020 with a 2 on his 21 dial. Once again, we need Junior Dragster winners to the front of lane 2. Junior Consolation to the rear of lane 2, please. Junior winners to the front of lane 2. Junior Consolation to the rear of lane 2. Sammy Hamilton, 2 thou red to Mel Knott, 16 light. Sammy dialed a 991, Mel a 965. Sammy runs a 993 at 134, Mel 976 at 123. So once again, junior pairings are as follows. It's AJ Leung versus Jocelyn Geib, Jack Weiler versus Nick Rademacher, Aspen Mahar with the bye, Owen Drake versus Charlie Weiler, and Wyatt Knott versus Maya Smith. We need junior winners to the front, junior consolation to the rear of lane number 2, please. Continuing on with round number 1 of Super Pro, brings up Ryan Paskey, 799 dial in the auto value lane. Kevin McCarty in the Chevelle, 1146 dial. .001 red for Ryan. Automatic win to Kevin McCarty. Kevin having some problems. We got a slow roller, guys. Slow roller. All right, Kevin McCarty's pulled over to the side. We're going to have rescue run out and check him from the top end of the track. And from the starting line, we're going to run out and just make sure we don't have any fluids or parts of any kind on the track. So we'll be back with you here in just a couple of moments. All right, well, Kevin is off the track. We're just doing some double checking to make sure we don't have anything on the track. Josh will be back here in a moment, and we'll resume round number 1 of Super Pro. John Almond versus Greg Lemke. Almond, 1033 dial in the Mustang. It's Lem with a 787 in the Fast Freddy's lane. And red light to John Almond. Lem is 36 on the tree for the win. And at the quarter mile, Lem breaks out by 8 thou. Almond shuts her down. Brian Henkel in the 98 Camaro, 850 dial in the auto value lane. Louis Raffetto, 933 dial in the Fast Freddy's lane. Again, Louis giving away an award this weekend. Louis gets the automatic win. Brian Henkel goes red. Louis runs a 934 on his 33 dial for the win. Henkel shutting her down. I guess he didn't shut it down, but anyway. Henkel, red lights. Louis Raffetto takes the win. door car versus motorcycle. It's Dale Hildreth in the Nova, 887 dial. It is Cam Belisle on the motorcycle, 914 dial on the Kawasaki. Once again, junior winners, we need you to the front of lane number 2. Junior Consi to the rear of lane number 2. And we will have a consolation race a little bit later here. Dale Hildreth, 887 to Cam's 914. 100th separates him on the tree. Starting line advantage to Cam, but win light to Dale Hildreth. Cam's 41, Dale's 51. Dale runs 88 on his 87. Cam is 17 on his 14 dial. So for first and second round losers of Street or King, we will have Last Chance Eliminator. It's a $10 entry. We'll start loading you guys in lanes probably 12 and 13. Last Chance Eliminator, lanes 12 and 13. We'll just get started. We got another whole round to go, so no rush for that. Joe Marks and Bruce Lang are paired up. 5 thou separates them on the tree. Win light to Joe Marks. He's dead on with a 2. Bruce Lang is 76 with a 5 on his 75 dial. So Joe Marks is taking the win. Had the 5 thou reaction time advantage. Next pair brings up Eric Anderson from Eau Claire at 988 dial in the Camaro. He is up against Dave Schmidt in the Chevy 2, 1086 dial for Dave. Wow, one of these drivers was just trip zip. It was Anderson. Eric is trip zip to Schmidt's 53 light. Eric gets there first for the win with a 13 pack. He's at 89 with a 3 on his 88 dial. Dave Schmidt breaking out an 82 with an 8 on his 86 dial. So Anderson moving on to round number 2. Austin Seamers in the 55 Chevy, 888 dial. John Blomberg, 1047 dial in the Nova. Tree comes down, both drivers are off. Starting line advantage goes to Austin. He's 11 on the tree. Blomberg's 52. Blomberg gets there first, breaks out with a 44 on his 47 dial. Austin 890 at 147 for the win. The final pair in Super Pro brings up Phil Johnson, 1178 for Phil. Pete McKeith, 857. Tree comes down, Phil is off. Pete waits and waits, and they are off. 5 thou on the tree. 5 thou on the tree separates these two. And at the finish line, it's Phil Johnson taking the win. Pete had the 5 thou starting line advantage, but he gets there first, breaks out by 1,000th of a second. So Phil Johnson picks up the win, and we'll move on to round number 2. Getting the bye run is going to be Doug Katina from Lake City, Minnesota, in the in the 08 Racecraft chassis dragster, 775 dial for Doug. Juniors saddle up for round number 2. Juniors saddle up. Winners will be coming out first, and consolation will come out second. Kaylin Rochelle. All right, so in Pro ET, we're going to have 17 cars coming back in Pro. 17 will be back in Pro, so we will not be on a ladder. Super Pro, however, there will be 15 coming back in Super Pro. So Super Pro, you will be on a ladder. Charlie is working on that right now, and we'll announce those pairings in just a little bit. But right now, we need round number 2 of Street Eliminator to lanes 3 and 4. Street Eliminator, lanes 3 and 4. And Pro ET, you can start making your way back to the lanes in lanes 7 and 8. Pro ET round 1 winners, you can start coming back in 7 and 8. We need Street Eliminator to lanes 3 and 4, please. All right, juniors, saddle up. Juniors, saddle up. Bring them on out. All right, round number 2 of junior dragsters. First pair brings up Maya Smith against Wyatt Knott. So once again, we need Street Eliminator round number 2 to 3 and 4. We need Pro ET winners of round number 1 back to 7 and 8. Pro ET 7 and 8. Street Eliminator 3 and 4. Maya Smith 796 dial. Wyatt Knott 919 dial. And Wyatt goes red, hands the win to Maya Smith. Maya runs 798 at 81 miles per hour. Wyatt Knott 922 at 69 miles per hour. It's AJ Lee Young from Kaukauna, Wisconsin, 790 dial in the auto value lane. Fast Freddy's lane, it's Jocelyn Geib from Montrose, Minnesota, 805 dial for Jocelyn. Starting line advantage went to AJ, and he will take the win. He runs a 91 on his 90 dial for the win. Jocelyn, 807 at 81 miles per hour. Owen Drake in the auto value lane, 790 dial. Charlie Weiler, 796 dial in the Fast Freddy's lane. Tree comes down. Both drivers are off. Starting line advantage goes to Owen, and Owen picks up the win. He's a 96 on his 90 dial for the win. He's 29 on the tree. Charlie's late, 96, and runs a 799 at 80 miles per hour. Next pair brings up Nick Rademacher from Richmond, Minnesota. Pickles, it says on his car. Dialed in with an 833. He is up against Jack Weiler, 790 dial in the Fast Freddy's lane from Marshfield, Wisconsin. Both drivers are off. 500 separates these drivers on the tree. It's Jack taking the win. He's 27 on the tree, 813 at 73 miles per hour for the win. Nick, 855 at 76 miles per hour. And getting the bye run is going to be Aspen Mahar from Hudson. She dials in with a 790. Once again, final call street eliminator, final call street eliminator. Looks like we're missing one in street. We're missing one car in street eliminator. Final call. Pro ET winners, we need you back 7 and 8. Pro ET winners, we need you back 7 and 8. You are not on a ladder yet. Not on a ladder. We need Pro ET 7 and 8, please. Our potential buy, which it appears there are 5 cars. A potential buy the next round of Street Eliminator goes to Mr. Timothy Merrick, 549T. You are the buy. Aspen Mahar runs dead on her dial with a 9. So we are moving on now to round number 1 of our consolation race. It is Brody Robertson, 1195 dial. Ryan Leonard, 790 dial, and Ryan appears broke, so it'll be a single for Brody Robertson. So once again, Brody Robertson getting the bye as his opponent is broke. Brody dials in with an 1195. He goes green. Runs through the traps 1184 at 52 miles per hour. It's Bryn Callhammer from Inver Grove Heights in the junior 790 dial in the auto value lane. Fast Freddy's lane, it is Braden Paskey with a 12:15. And Bryn having some issues off the line. She also goes red, automatic win to Braden Paskey. Ivan Bolig, 1264 dial. Skylar Bremer, 1078 dial. Ivan goes red, automatic win to Skylar. Skylar runs 10:55 at 60 miles per hour. Ivan, 12:78 at 49 miles per hour. Hannah Drake takes the win. She is 001 on the tree. Thomas Kanan is 21 and runs an 88 on his 92 dial. Your buy is Tim Merrick, 549T, as in Tim. Tim Merrick, 549T is your buy. Street Eliminator, get ready. Street Eliminator, get ready. Final call for Pro ET. All right, we've got 5 cars remaining in Street, 17 in Pro ET. 17 in Pro ET. All right, the potential buy for round number 2 As long as everyone shows up, there should be a bye for round number 2. It'll go to Justin Malley. 529T will be the bye. There should be 17 coming back. Here we go, round number 2, Street Eliminator. Jamie Kading, 1520 in the 2016 Ram pickup. Chris Schwartz, 1282 dial in the Dart Swinger. Win light goes to Chris Schwartz. Better of the 2 reaction times, 13:07 for the win. It is Jake Lesnick, 1827 dial in the auto value lane. Zach Schroeder, 1310 dial in the Fast Freddy's lane. Tree comes down, Jake is off, followed by Zach. We need King of the Hill winners back. King of the Hill winners, we need you back, please. King of the Hill winners, we need you back. Tim Merrick getting the bye. Runs a 1217 on his 1215 dial. Super Pro, you are now on a ladder. The pairings for the next round of Super Pro are as follows. It will be Tony Robertson versus Butch Belair. Mel Knott versus Joe Marks. There's a good one. I can't wait to watch that. Mel versus Joe. Austin Seamers versus Lemke. Willie Gray versus Louis Raffetto. Joe Kerner versus Dale Hildreth. Dean Wentler versus Kevin McCarty. Doug Katina versus Phil Johnson. And Eric Anderson earning the bye with a trip zip light from the previous round. So again, Robertson versus Belair. Kerner versus Hildreth. Knott versus Marks. Seamers versus Lemke, Gray versus Raffetto, Wentler versus McCarty, and Katina versus Johnson, with Anderson getting the bye. Round number 2 of Pro AT coming to the starting line now. After this round, Pro will be on a ladder, so we'll qualify them after this round. Carl Geib, 978 dial. Pat Kelly, 1023. Pat Kelly running dead on his dial with a 3, has it's a 12 pack. 1023 with a 3, 9 light. Carl Geib breaking out by 100th. Jim Stockton in the Mustang, 1151 dial. It is Steve Lewis in the Firebird, 1075 dial. Tree comes down, both drivers are gone. They're both green. One way greener than the other. It is Jim Stockton running dead on his dial with a 3. Steve Lewis, very late off the starting line, runs a 1083 at 127. So Stockton moving on. Louis Raffetto, 934 dial from Lou's Hot Rod Shop in that beautiful 66 Chevy 2. 934 dial for Louis. It is Tyler Law from Byron, Minnesota in the 69 Chevelle, 1086 dial. Starting line advantage went to Tyler Law. He's 11 on the tree, runs dead on his dial with a 0 with an 11 pack. Louis Raffetto breaking out, runs a 29 on his 34 dial, but is late off the line. So Tyler Law on to round number 2. It is Davey Hamilton in the Firebird. 999 dial for Davey in the auto value lane. Fast Freddy's lane, it's the pickup truck of Dusty Windrich, sponsored by A&D Docks and Service. Davey Hamilton taking the win, runs 1055 on his 999 dial. Dusty having some issues off the line. Darren Eide, 1008 dial. Mel Knott, 969 dial. Red light to Darren Eide, 17 light for Mel. Mel takes the automatic win, dials a 69, runs a 68 at 138. Darren Eide also breaking out 1004 at 133. Dave Schmidt from Lake Elmo in the Chevy 2, 1082 dial. John Blomberg, 1045 dial. He's 31 on the tree and gets the automatic win as Schmidt is 28 red. Blomberg runs dead on his dial with a 3. Schmidt, 1084 at 124. We need King of the Hill back. King of the Hill, we need you back for round number 2. King of the Hill, we need you back for round number 2, please. Super Pro winners, we need you back. Super Pro winners, we need you back as well. Once again, Super Pro, you are on a ladder. I'll announce those pairings here again in just a moment. John Marzalek, 1062 dial in the auto value lane. Jason Weiler, 1028 dial in the Fast Freddy's lane. Marzalek gets there first. He's better of the 2 reaction times. He breaks out a 59 on his 62 dial. Jason Weiler taking the win, a 37 on his 28 dial, 64 on the tree. John Aumann, 1033 dial. Austin Seamers, 889 dial. Starting line advantage goes to the Mustang, but is Austin Seamers in the Chevy taking the win. Aumann gets their verse, breaks out by 9 thousandths. Austin Seamers, 890 on his 889 dial. So wrapping up round number 2 in Pro is going to be Justin Malley, dialed in with a 1004, getting the bye run. Eight. So the potential buy in King of the Hill would be 405 Rob Dankers. However, there should be 8 of you coming back. So potential buy Rob Dankers 405, but there should be 8 of you coming back. So we are missing 1 for King of the Hill. We need Super Pro back. The pairings once again for Super Pro are as follows. There are 15 of you remaining. It is Tony Robertson versus Butch Belair. So we got Tony back. Kerner versus Hildreth. Kerner is back. It is Knott versus Marks. Seamers versus Lemke. Gray versus Raffetto. Wentler versus McCarty. Katina versus Phil Johnson. And Phil is sitting over in the lanes of King, so we'll have to wait for him to come back. And Eric Anderson with the bye. So again, Robertson and Belair, Kerner and Hildreth, Knott and Marks, Seamers and Lemke, Gray, Raffetto, Wentler, McCarty, Katina, Johnson, and Anderson with the bye. We need Dalton Johnson back, please. Dalton Johnson, we need you back for King of the Hill. Dalton Johnson, we need you back for King of the Hill, please. Juniors, you can probably start making your way back up. Then pairings for the next round of our regular junior race. It's going to be Lee Young versus Jack Weiler, Mahar versus Owen Drake, and Maya Smith with the bye. So again, we'll have 5 remaining in the junior winner side. Lee Young versus Jack Weiler, Mahar versus Owen Drake, and Maya Smith with the bye. We now have a ladder for the next round of Pro ET. The Pro ET pairings for the next round are as follows. It will be gotcha. All right. The pairings for the next round of Pro ET are as follows. It is going to be John Blomberg versus Jason Weiler, Tyler Law versus Davey Hamilton, Mel Knott versus Austin Seamers, and Jim Stockton versus Justin Malley. It will be Pat Kelly receiving the bye for the next round of Pro ET. So there will be 9 coming back in Pro. Again, Knott versus Seamers, Stockton versus Malley, Law versus Hamilton, Blomberg versus Weiler, and Kelly with the bye. All right, King of the Hill, saddle up. King of the Hill, saddle up. 8 of you coming out. 8 go down, 4 come back. All right, this is round 2. Right? Round 2 of King of the Hill. Phil Johnson, 1178 dial. Justin DeForest, 1105 dial. Tree comes down. Both drivers are green. Starting line advantage to Phil Johnson. He's 40 on the tree, but he gives it up to Justin DeForest as he goes way under his dial. 75 on a 78. Justin runs a 13 on his 5 dial for the win. So Phil will be back for the next run of Super Pro, but not for King. It'll be Kevin Post, 1023 dial. Ryan Hull, 1073 dial. Kevin Post gets the win. He's 23 on the tree. Ryan is 46, having some issues. He's pulling on over to the side. Kevin Post is your winner, 10:47 at 104. All right, continuing on with round number 2 of King of the Hill. Keith Terso, 1030 dial. Chris Schwartz, 1281 dial. Starting line advantage to Chris Schwartz by 8 thou. Win light to Chris Schwartz, 1285 at 104. Keith Terso, 1051 at 130. Dusty Winrich, 1028. Dalton Johnson, 1107. So Dalton Johnson getting the win, runs an 1118 and is 1107 dial. Dusty Winrich is broke, so we'll back him off. And then getting the bye run is going to be Rob Dankers. All right, so once again, final call for Super Pro. Final call for Super Pro. Again, the pairings. Let's see who is all here. Anderson with the bye. He is back there. Katina versus Johnson. We need Phil Johnson back. Wentler versus McCarty. They are here. Gray versus Raffetto. They are here. Seamers and Lemke. We need Seamers and Lemke, please. Knott and Marks are here. Kerner and Hildreth are here. Robertson and Belair are here. So we're missing a few yet. We need Seamers and Lemke. And Phil Johnson, we need you back. I believe those are the 3 we're missing. We need you back, guys. Once again, Rob Dankers getting the bye run. He's 22 on the tree, dials a 1090. And at the finish line, he runs a 1092 at 128. So that wraps up King of the Hill round number 2. We're going to call Last Chance Eliminator. Last Chance Eliminator. It's open to any King of the Hill or Street Eliminator driver that lost first or second round, lanes 12 and 13. So again, King of the Hill or Street Eliminator. If you lost first or second round, we've got Last Chance Eliminator in lanes 12 and 13. It is a $10 entry fee. Pays $50 to win, 25 runner-up, and the final 4 get trophies. We'll have a consolation race a little bit later on for all of the money losers of first and second round, called Guts Gambler. We'll have that here in just a little bit. So now it looks like we are missing Lem and Seamers. So we need Greg Lemke and Austin Seamers. We need you back. So once again, the pairings for the next round of Pro ET. The pairings for next round of Pro ET. Stockton versus Malley. Knott versus Seamers, Law versus Hamilton, Blomberg versus Weiler, and Pat Kelly with the bye. That'll be the next round of Pro ET. All right, well, Super Pro drivers, you can go ahead and start determining who or what your lane choice preference is going to be. And then we'll saddle up. I see Austin is here. I'm assuming Lem will be following. And we'll get this party started. So just a reminder for those who were going to attend the festivities this evening, the cornhole tournament, I believe it's our 3rd annual cornhole tournament, is going to take place tonight after our regular program in Eliminations. So please find a partner. They're going to have sign-ups here a little bit later on, but we will have the 3rd annual cornhole tournament. I can tell you it's a very good time. Also, as a reminder, next month, I believe on the weekend of August 22nd, on that Saturday, is going to be the Mellon Joe's, is it 12th or 13th annual horseshoe tournament. So we've got some fun festivities and activities coming up here for all of our racers, fans, and crew. Here we go, round number 2 of Super Pro. Junior Dragsters, you will follow Super Pro. So Junior Dragsters, if you want to start getting things ready, you will follow Super Pro. First pair brings up Phil Johnson, 1176 dial for Phil in the Nova. Doug Katina, 774 in the Dragster. Tree comes down for Phil. Doug waits and waits, and they are off. Green lights the pair. And win light goes to Katina. He's 48 to Phil's 74 light. Katina runs a 75 on his 74 dial for the win. Phil Johnson, 1178 at 111. Next pair brings up Kevin McCarty, 1145 dial in the Chevelle, against a dragster of Dean Wentler, 769 dial for Dean. Tree comes down, Kevin is off, and Dean is off as well. Both have green lights. Starting line advantage goes to McCarty, and McCarty takes the win. Dean's late, breaking out by 7th thou. McCarty is 1 over and 28 on the tree for the win. All right, good catch by Dale Hildreth. He noticed his dialing was incorrect. 887 for Dale Hildreth. Joe Kerner, 773. That right there is an example of what happens if you see your wrong dialing. He got our attention, we got it changed, and all is well and good. Hildreth is 32 on the tree, runs at 89 on his 87 dial for the win. Kerner is late and also breaks out by 1 thou. So Dale Hildreth moving on. Butch Belair in the pickup truck, 1081 dial. Tony Robertson in the dragster, 779 dial. Starting line advantage goes to Belair, but it's Tony Robertson who gets there first for the win. Tony is 29 on the tree. Butch 009. Butch runs 1087 at 122. Tony 780 at 161 for the win. Willie Gray, 762 in the dragster. Louis Raffetto, 933 in the Chevy 2. Willie Gray takes the win. He's dead 9 with a 009 light, 18 package. It was all over on the starting line. Louis was late. He runs a 937 on his 33 dial. So Willie Gray moving on to the quarterfinals. Joe Marks, 1088. Mel Knott, 968. $15 separates them on the tree. Mel with a better reaction time, 30 to Joe's 45 light. Mel runs dead on his dial with a 3. Joe Marks, 1093 on his 88 dial, so not moving on. Austin Seamers 888 dial. Lemke 787 dial. Austin has Lem by 100th on the tree, but Lem gets there first, runs dead on his dial with a 0. Austin 891 on his 88 dial. Austin was 12 on the tree, Lem was 22, but Lem takes the win. Eric Anderson getting the bye from his trip zip the round before. 984 dial for Eric. Eric 16 on the tree. And at the finish line runs dead on his dial with a 2. So that wraps up round number 2 of Super Pro. All right, Junior Dragsters, saddle up. Junior Dragsters, saddle up, please. All right, so once again, we're going to do some pairings here for the next round of all of our categories. Oh. So no box pairings. Pat Kelly with the bye. Blomberg versus Weiler. Law versus Hamilton. Knott versus Seamers. Stockton versus Malley. So we need no box. We need you back to the lanes, please. No box back. We need Street Eliminator back to the lanes. Street Eliminator back to the Wanes. Back to the Wanes. Back to the lanes. Street Eliminator. This is actually round robin. So we need all winners back to the lanes. If you win your round, just come back to the lanes. The pairings for the next round of Super Pro. The pairings for the next round of Super Pro are as follows. It will be Greg Lemke versus Mel Knott, Kevin McCarty versus Willie Gray, Dale Hildreth versus Tony Robertson, and Eric Anderson versus Doug Katina. So Anderson versus Katina, McCarty versus Gray, Lemke versus Knott, and Hildreth versus Robertson. I don't know why I can't say that. Robertson. Here we go. Junior Dragsters. Round number 3. Owen Drake, 790. Aspen Mayar, 790. Heads up race. Starting line advantage goes to the young lady, and it's the young lady who takes the win. Aspen runs a 793 at 81 miles per hour for the win. She's 25 on the tree to Owen's 67 light. And final pair brings up AJ Leung in the auto value lane, Jack Weiler in the Fast Freddy's lane. AJ dials in with a 790. Oh, actually another heads up category. Charlie just told me that. 790 heads up. Jack and AJ. Starting line advantage goes to AJ, and it is AJ taking the win. Jack Weiler breaks out by 100th, but AJ still gets there first. He's 32 on the tree, dead 3 for the win. All right, moving on to Constellation. It's going to be Skylar Bremer, 1052 dial, against Braden Paskey, 1197 dial. So Braden Paskey takes the win, 1209 at 50 miles per hour. Little bit of a delay. We couldn't read the dial-in on the junior. It is Hannah Drake, 790 in the auto value lane. Brody Robertson, 1190 in the Fast Freddy's lane. Similar reaction times out of the two drivers, but starting line advantage went to Brody Robertson. He gets there first, breaks out, runs an 85 on his 90 dial. Hannah Drake is your winner, 795 on her 790 dial. She will be back for the next round. All right, we need Pro ET winners back. Pro ET winners, we need you back, please. Again, it's Pat Kelly with the bye. Blomberg versus Weiler. Law versus Hamilton. Knott versus Seamers. And Stockton versus Malley. All right, so last chance eliminator in lanes 12 and 13. Final call for last chance eliminator. We've got Ben down there collecting. It is $10. He will need $10 from you and your car number. And when we pull you out, this will be for round number 1. Again, last chance eliminator, lanes 12 and 13. All right, first call goes out for Guts Gambler. Guts Gambler, if you would like to get in the Guts Gambler race, it's a $20 entry, and you can report to staging lane number 10. Guts Gambler, for those who lost first or second round of Pro or Super Pro, Guts Gambler, $20 entry, lane number 10, please. So we need all winners of all categories back to the lanes. All winners of all categories back to the lanes, please. I know, but they're all next to each other. I see 2, 4, 6, and then I'm like, what's going on? So Guts Gambler in lane 10. Guts Gambler will be in lane number 10. We're going to have Pro ET saddle up. Pro ET, we need you to saddle up. Pro ET saddle up. Super Pro, you're going to have to just sit tight because we got a couple of double entries. So Super Pro, do not saddle up. Don't get your coats on and get your stuff ready. Pro ET, we're going to saddle up and run them first. So we've got Stockton versus Malley, Knott versus Seamers, Law versus Hamilton, Blomberg versus Weiler, and Pat Kelly with the bye. So please, Pro ET, saddle up. Pro ET, saddle up. We're going to run Street Eliminator, 3 vehicles remaining, and then Pro. We need junior winners back as well. Junior winners, you can start making your way back to the staging lanes. King of the Hill semifinals, I believe. 3 cars remaining. I'm sorry, Street Eliminator. All confused. Chris is running double today. Chris is running Street Eliminator and King of the Hill. Chris Schwartz, 1281 dial. 1215 dial for Tim Merrick. 3 thou separates him on the tree. Advantage went to Chris Schwartz. And in a double breakout, it is going to be Chris Schwartz taking the win. He wins a 75 on his 81 dial for the win. Zach Schroeder gets the bye run. He dials a 1320. Again, Pro ET, saddle up, guys. Pro ET, let's saddle up. Zach goes through the traps 1309 at 106. So it will be Chris Schwartz versus Zach Schroeder in the final of Street Eliminator. So once again, tonight is the 3rd annual cornhole contest. So please find a partner, and when they start the sign-ups, they will announce that and let us know, and we will pass that on to you. Pat Kelly taking the bye run off the ladder, does him with a 1023. Wins an 1112 at 90 miles per hour. Next pair, Jason Weiler, 1029 dial. John Blomberg, 1044 dial. In a double breakout is Jason Weiler turning on the win light. Blomberg 16 on the tree. Jason was 64, but Jason breaks out by the lesser amount, taking the win and moving on to the next round. Next pair, Justin Malley from Eagan, Minnesota in the 79 Mustang, 1001 dial in the auto value lane. Fast Freddy's lane is Jim Stockton from Cottage Grove in the 65 Mustang, 1148 dial for Jim. Starting line advantage went to the Mustang of Justin Malley, and he will take the win. He's 11 on the tree. Stockton is way late. Stockton runs a 49 on his 48 dialing, but Justin Malley gets the win, running a 10-14 at 118. Next pair, Davey Hamilton in the Firebird, 998 dial. Tyler Law in the Chevelle, 1085 dial. Starting line advantage goes to the Chevelle, and the Chevelle takes the win. Davey's laid off the tree. Tyler's 33. Davey breaks out by 100th. Tyler's safe, 1088 at 121. Austin Seamers, 888. Mel Knott, 965. Austin Seamers takes the win over Mel Knott. Austin is 7 on the tree, runs a 92 on his 88 for the win. Mel's late and runs a 967 at 132. So Austin Seamers will be back for the next round to face Justin Malley. All right, so we need junior dragster winners back. Now here's the deal on the juniors. We have 3 competitors remaining. It is AJ Lee Young, Aspen Mahar, and Maya Smith. All 3 of these guys are young people, have already had buys, so the ladder stands as is. It is Lee Young with the buy, Mahar versus Smith. So Mahar versus Smith, and Lee Young with the buy. All right, so final call for Guts Gambler. Final call, Guts Gambler, lane number 10. Now, in Guts Gambler, we run box and no box together. So if you are a no box car and running Guts Gambler, you need to have an N behind your dial-in so we can shut crosstalk off for you. So again, if you are going to get in Guts Gambler, make sure you have an N behind your dial-in if you are a no box car or a box car who does not want crosstalk on. So make sure you have an N behind your dial. Ben is down there collecting. It is a $20 entry fee for Guts Gambler. It is a $10 entry fee for Last Chance Eliminator. All right, we're coming with Last Chance Eliminator. Last Chance Eliminator is coming out right now. All right, this is Last Chance Eliminator. Dan Stern, 1312 dial. Jamie Kading, 1535 dial. Win leg goes to Dan Stern. Better of the two reaction times. He runs a 13:24 at 109 for the win. Getting there first was Jamie Kading in the Dodge Ram, but he breaks out running a 15:31 on his 35 dial. So Dan Stern will move on to the semifinals. Next pair brings up Phil Johnson in the auto value lane, 1177 dial. John Black, 992 dial. All right, Guts Gambler, saddle up. Guts Gambler, saddle up. It looks like there are 9 of you. Phil Nichols and Phil Nichols, 1172 dial, takes the automatic win as Carl Wamoff dialed in an 1134, goes 17 red. Phil runs an 1169 at 120. Carl, 1138 at 116. We're going to go Guts Gambler, and after Guts Gambler, Super Pro, saddle up. Super Pro, saddle up. You'll follow out Guts Gambler. Super Pro, saddle up. It is Butch Belair, 1081 dial, Eric Miller, 1020 dial. Double breakout, win light to Butch Belair. Butch is 14 on the tree, Eric Miller's 39. Butch breaks out by 7 thou, Eric Miller by a whole bunch more. So Butch will move on to the next round of Guts Gambler. It is Kevin Fouch, 1022 dial in the GTO. It's Dave Schmidt, 1082 in the Chevy 2. So once again, Super Pro, saddle up. Super Pro, saddle up. And the win light goes to Kevin Fouch. He's 45 to Schmidt's 70 light. Schmidt gets there first, breaks out by 0.02 of a second. Fouch is 2 over, a 24 on his 22 tile for the win. Next pair brings up John Marzalik, 1059 dial, to Big Black Sean's 1020 dial. Nearly identical reaction times. A 25 for Sean and 27 for Marzlik. Marzlik gets there first, breaks out by 2 thou. Big Black Sean's dead on with a 1 for the win. Next pair brings up Tim Ryan, 1092 dial. For Tim, it's Pete McKeith, 856 dial. Tim Ryan goes red. McKeith takes the win, 857 on his 56 dial, 11 on the tree. And getting the bye run is going to be Kevin Lubon. He dials in with a 968 in the auto value lane. All right, this is round number 3 of Super Pro. Dale Hildreth in the auto value lane up against Tony Robertson in the dragster. $887 for Dale, $779 for Tony. Starting line advantage to the dragster, and the dragster takes the win. Hildreth is 31 on the tree to Robertson's 22 light. Hildreth gets there first, breaks out by 4 thousandths, and Tony Robertson takes the win. Door car versus dragster. It's the Camaro of Eric Anderson against the dragster of Doug Katina. Longtime friends on the starting line. $983 to a $775. And the win light goes to Katina. Anderson's late. Katina's 008 and 3 over for the win. 778 on his 75 dial. Anderson 985 at 137. So Katina will move on to the next round. Next pair is Old Gray Willie. Willie Gray, the Gray Ghost. 761 in the dragster. Kevin McCarty 1145 in the Chevelle. Wow. 00 lights. Or a 000 light. Wow. Kevin McCarty is trip zip. Willie is 006. Willie is dead on with a 2. Kevin breaks out running a 42 with a 9 on his 45 dial, getting there first. So Willie wins, and we'll move on to the next round. And the winner of this pair will go on to race Tony Robertson. Mel Knott in the auto value lane, 965 dial in the Silver Streak, 786 dial for Lem in the auto value, or I'm sorry, in the Fast Freddy's lane. And win light in a double breakout goes to Lemke. Lem is 12 on the tree, Mel's 35. Mel breaks out running a 62 on his 65 dial. Lem breaks out running an 84 with a 7 on his 86 dial. So it will be Lemke versus Robertson the next round, and Katina versus Gray. So the next round is Super Pro. Katina versus Gray, Lemke versus Robertson. All right, King of the Hill, saddle up. King of the Hill, saddle up. Juniors, you can saddle up. You'll follow out King of the Hill. All right, this is King of the Hill quarterfinals. 5 cars remaining. Kevin Post in the auto value lane, 1022 dial. Justin DeForest, 1110 in the Corvette, Fast Freddy's lane. And the Corvette goes red, automatic win, Kevin Post. Kevin Post runs 10:23 at 131. Justin DeForest 11:09 at 125, breaking out by just a thou. Rob Dankers 1094 dial. Dalton Johnson 1106 dial. Red light to Rob Dankers, automatic win light to Dalton Johnson. Another double breakout. Dalton Johnson runs a 1099 at 122 on his 1106 style. Dankers 1089 at 129 on his 1094 dial. And getting the bye run, based again on best reaction time from the previous round, is going to be Chris Schwartz in King of the Hill. Chris dials in with a 1276. All right, here we go. Junior Dragster semifinal. Semifinals of our junior dragsters brings up Maya Smith in the auto value lane, 794 dial. Aspen Mahar in the Fast Freddy's lane, 790 dial. Both young ladies are off with green lights. Starting line advantage goes to Aspen, and it's Aspen who takes the win. Aspen is 003 on the tree, runs a 92 on her 90 dial for the win. Maya is 47 on the tree, breaks out by 9 thou, but Aspen gets there first for the win. So Aspen will come back in the final to face AJ Leung. AJ Leung getting the bye. Dial 790s, 48 on the tree. Breaks out running a 787 at 83 miles per hour. So once again, it'll be AJ Leung in the final against Aspen Mahar for our junior dragster race. And I believe coming into the burnout box now is the final of our junior consolation race. Junior Consi final brings up Hannah Drake, 792 dial in the auto value lane. It is Braden Paskey, 1207 dial in the Fast Freddy's lane. Braden Paskey goes red. Hannah Drake is your winner. Braden also breaking out by 1 thou. Hannah breaking out with an 84 on her 92 dial. So congratulations to Miss Hannah Drake, winner of her junior dragster consolation race. We need all winners of all categories back to the lanes, please. All winners of all categories back to the lanes. The pairings for the next round of No Box. It will be Pat Kelly versus Jason Weiler, Austin Seamers versus Justin Malley, and it will be Tyler Law with the bye. So again, Pat Kelly versus Jason Weiler, Austin Seamers versus Justin Malley, and Tyler Law with the bye. And in box, the pairings for the next round of box. It will be a pair of dragsters, Doug Katina versus Willie Gray, and it will be Greg Lemke versus Tony Robertson. So in Super Pro, again, it's Katina versus Gray and Lemke versus Robertson. And once again in Pro, Kelly versus Weiler, Law with a bye, and Seamers versus Malley. All right, we are in the quarterfinals of No Box. 5 cars remaining. First pair coming to the line is Jason Weiler in the Camaro versus Pat Kelly in the Pontiac. Pat Kelly is a 1023, Jason Weiler 1025. Starting line advantage goes to Weiler, and it's Weiler who takes the win. Weiler's 9 on the tree, Kelly's 32. Jason gets there first, 27 on his 25 dial for the win. Pat Kelly, 1024 on his 23 dial. Jason Weiler will be back for the next round to race Tyler Law. The final pair brings up Justin Malley, 1001 dial in the auto value lane. Austin Seamers, 888 in the 55 Chevy. Starting line advantage went to Austin Seamers. He's 004. Justin is late. So Austin takes the win, 897 at 135 for the win. Justin Malley, 1011 at 135. So Austin Seamers will be back for the semifinals where he will receive the bye to the final. So again, Austin Seamers with a bye to the final. It is going to be Tyler Law in the Chevelle taking on the Camaro of Jason Weiler. Tyler Law getting the bye. He's 20 on the tree, dials in with a 1086. Tyler runs a 1088 on his 86 dial. So again, Pro ET semifinals, it'll be Jason Weiler versus Tyler Law and Austin Seamers with a bye to the final. All right, this is the final of Street Eliminator. Brings up Zach Schroeder in the auto value lane with a 1309. It is Chris Schwartz with a 1275 dial in the Fast Freddy's lane. And Zach Schroeder is 19th thou red. Automatic win to Chris Schwartz, winner of today's Street Eliminator. He's 40 on the tree, and at the top end, he runs a 1276 on his 1275 dial. So congratulations to Chris Schwartz, winner of Street Eliminator. All right, so we need all winners of all categories. We're rounding out the day. Oh. All right, so we need all winners back. It looks like we are bringing out Last Chance Eliminator right now. Looks like there are 3 cars remaining in Last Chance Eliminator. Again, all winners back. The pairings for the next round of Super Pro is going to be Katina versus Gray and Lemke versus Robertson. All right. This, I believe, is the semifinals of Last Chance Eliminator. Dan Stern, 1312 dial. Phil Nichols, 1172. And Phil Nichols goes red. Automatic win to Dan Stern. He's 16 on the tree. So Dan will be back for the final against John Black. So we need the junior dragster final. I see they just rolled on up. John Black is way red. But on the buy run, doesn't matter. He dials a 992, and at the traps, runs a 988 at 136. So that is the end of Last Chance Eliminator. We got Super Pro semifinals coming at you now. Super Pro semifinals coming at you right now. We'll have Guts Gambler saddle up. Guts Gambler saddle up. All right, pair of dragsters. One of them will be moving into the final, and one will be done for the day. It is the Willie Gray dragster, the Gray Ghost of Rhonda and Willie Gray in the auto value lane, 760 dial. It is Doug Katina in the 08 Racecraft Albrecht Farms sponsored dragster, 775. Tree comes down. Willie is 17 red. Doug Katina takes the win. He's 008 on the tree and runs 78 on his 75 dial. So it will be Doug Katina coming back for the final, either against the dragster of Tony Robertson or the door car of Greg Lemke. Greg Lemke, 785 dial. Robertson, 780 dial. Very similar reaction times. Win light to Greg Lemke. He's 787 on his 85 dial. He's 25 on the tree. Tony's 34. Robertson, 782 at 161. So it will be Greg Lemke in the final against Doug Katina. Door car versus dragster. So now that Tony is out, we can run the final of our combo gamblers. So when Lem is cool enough, we'll need Greg Lemke and, I'm sorry, not Lem, Tony Robertson for the final of our combo gamblers. We'll need Tony Robertson and Rudy Suki. Rudy Suki and Tony Robertson, you will be the final of our combo gamblers. All right, this is the quarterfinals. 5 cars remaining, I believe, in our Guts Gambler race. It's going to be Butch Belair in the pickup truck, dialed in with a 1080. Kevin Fouch, 1022 in the GTO. We've got 3 cars remaining in King of the Hill, and the buy run will go to, yep, you guessed it, Chris. You're good. Dalton Johnson with the buy in King. Butch Belair, Kevin Fouch. Win light to Butch Belair in a double breakout. Butch is 005 on the tree. Kevin's 21. Butch breaks out running a 77 on his 80 dial. Fouch 19 on his 22 dial. So it will be Butch Belair moving into the semifinals against, well, one of this pair and one of the other guy, Pete. So it'll be Pete, Butch, and either Kevin or Sean. Kevin Lubon, 968 dial. Big Black Sean, 1017 dial. And the win light in a double breakout goes to Big Black Sean. He breaks out by 3 thousandths. Kevin breaks out running a 66 on his 68 dial. So it'll be Big Black Sean, Pete McKeith, and Butch Belair. The buy run will go to Butch Belair as he's got the better of the reaction times between him and Sean. So it'll be Butch with the buy, Sean versus Pete in the next round of Guts Gambler. Pete is 16 red and runs a 59 on his 56 dial. All right, this is the final of our junior dragster race today. Brings up A.J. Lee Young in the auto value lane. He dials in with a 790. Austin Mahar in the Fast Freddy's lane with a 791. Starting line advantage goes to AJ, and it's AJ who gets the win. He's 19 on the tree, runs a 93 on his 90 dial for the win. Aspen's late off the starting line, and she breaks out running an 89 on her 91. So congratulations to AJ Lee Young, winner of our junior dragster race today. Congratulations.
Well, starting to wrap things up.
Yep, looks like it. Finishing early today.
Yeah.
All 5 of our points classes is what they run as well. Mike Larson's going to want to have a end of the day time run with his front end exam. Semifinal, Kevin Post 1022 dial, Chris Schwartz 1275 dial. Chris Schwartz is not doubling up today. He just goes red. Kevin Post is your winner, and we'll be back to face Dalton Johnson in the final. At the quarter mile, it is Kevin Post running dead on his dial with a 6. Chris Schwartz 1281 at 106. And Dalton Johnson getting the bye. 1099 dial for Dalton in the fast Freddy's lane. Dalton is 003 on the tree. Dials a 1099 and runs an 1103. So again, it'll be Dalton Johnson in the final against Kevin Post. All right, Pro ET semifinal coming at us. We'll need the final of Super Pro back. Final of Super Pro, we need you back. And we need Tony Robertson and Rudy Suki to the staging lanes for the final of our Combo Gamblers race. Again, Tony Robertson and Rudy Suki, we need you back to the lanes for the final of our Combo Gamblers race, please. 3 cars remaining. Pro ET semifinals. Pro ET semifinals coming at you. All right, so we have Jason Weiler versus Tyler Law. Jason dials in with a 1025, Tyler with a 1088. The winner of this pair will come back in the final to race Austin Seamers. Starting line advantage goes to Tyler, but in a double breakout, it's going to be Jason Weiler taking the win. Jason breaks out by 2 thou. Tyler, start over. Jason breaks out by 2 thou. Tyler breaks out running an 85 on his 88 dial. So it will be Jason Weiler in the final against Austin Seamers. Austin's just coming up. He just makes forward motion, breaks the beam. He's going to back it up, cool it down, and wait for his competitor to come back for the final. All right, this is the final of our combo gamblers race. It's Rudy Suki, 971 dial, against Tony Robertson in the Dragster, 781 dial. Tree comes down, Rudy's off, and so is Tony. Very similar reaction times. 12th thou separates them. Rudy gets there first, breaks out, runs a 68 on his 71 dial. He was 28 on the tree. Tony takes the win, runs dead on his dial with a 3 for a 19 pack. So congratulations, Tony Robertson, winner of today's combo gambler race. All right, this is the final of Last Chance Eliminator. It brings up Dan Stern, 1324 dial from Melrose in the 2018 Dodge Daytona. John Black goes red, dials 991, is 16 red. So congratulations to Dan Stern, winner of today's Last Chance Eliminator. At the finish line, Dan runs a 1327. John Black runs dead on with a 0. So it looks like we have Guts Gambler back. You guys can saddle up. It'll be Butch Belair with the bye. It'll be Big Black Sean versus Pete McKeith. We are waiting for Jason Weiler in Pro and Greg Lemke in Super Pro. semifinals of Guts Gambler. Pete McKeith, 858 dial. Big Black Sean, 1015 dial. Chevy 2 versus Camaro. Very, very, very similar reaction times. Little bit of an advantage went to Big Black Sean. He takes the win. Sean's 28. Pete's 34. Pete runs a 60 on his 58 dial. Sean, 1017 on his 15 dial. So it'll be Big Black Sean versus Butch Belair in the final of Guts Gambler. Butch takes the bye run, dials in with a 1078. So Butch Belair goes to the traps, 1079 at 122. All right, so this is a final of Pro ET. It brings up Jason Weiler in the auto value lane against Austin Seamers in the Fast Freddy's lane. Austin dials in with an 888 in the 55 Chevy. Jason dials in with a 1024 in the 89 Camaro. Starting line advantage went to Jason Weiler. He's 17 on the tree, but the win light goes to Austin. Austin was 74, so he was way late. Austin runs an 895 at 141 for the win. Jason Weiler runs a 1039 on his 24 dial. So congratulations, Austin Seamers, winner of today's Pro ET. We will need Austin to come back here in a little bit. He will race the finalist of Super Pro. All right, here we go. Super Pro Final coming into the burnout box right now. Dragster versus door car. All right, we've got the door car of Greg Lemke, sponsored by Lemke Construction in the auto value lane. 786 dial. It is the dragster of Doug Katina from Lake City, dialed in with an 777 in the Fast Freddy's lane. Tree comes down. Both drivers are off with green lights. Starting line advantage goes to the dragster, and it is the dragster who takes the win. Katina is 19 on the tree, runs a 79 on his 77 for the win. Lem is 35 on the tree and runs 3 over. So Doug Katina is the winner of today's Super Pro category. Now, Doug Katina will face off with Austin Seamers in the shootout for $2,000 to win today. So we'll need Doug Katina back to the lanes to race Austin Seamers in the RFR shootout. And just a reminder, all winners of all categories, please report to the Winner's Circle, the Rock Falls Raceway iHeartMedia Winner's Circle, for your Winner's Circle photos of all categories. So we'll need all category winners today to please report to the to the Winner's Circle. This is our King of the Hill final. Brings up Kevin Post, a previous King of the Hill champion and many-time event winner, up against Dalton Johnson in the Camaro in the Fast Freddy's lane. Dalton was our index class racer of a couple grand here a few weeks ago. Both drivers are off with green lights. Starting line advantage went to Dalton Johnson, and Dalton takes the win. Dalton is 26 on the tree, dead on with a 0 for the win. Kevin Post, he's laid off the line and breaks out running a 1019 on his 22 dial. So congratulations to Dalton Johnson, winner of King of the Hill. Now, the time has come to announce the winner of today's Lou's Hot Rod Shop giveaway. Again, this was for the passing of the torch to honor multi-generational racing families. The prize is being awarded to someone who is a racer and their family, which includes children, spouse, parents, grandparents, and such. The winner has been selected today with a total combined 61 years of drag racing within the family, and that goes to the Geib family, which consists of Tom Geib, who has been racing for 31 years. His son Carl, which I have watched grown up, gone through the ranks, has been racing now for 23 years. And Carl's daughter Jocelyn, who has been racing for the past 7 years in our junior dragster program. So between those three, 61 years of drag racing in this family. So congratulations to the Geib family, winner of the Passing the Torch from Lou's Hot Rod Shop. We will need you to stop on down to Louis' pit area to claim your prize and for some photos. Again, this is a $100 value in prizes presented by Louis Raffetto, owner and operator of Lou's Hot Rod Shop. So again, congratulations to the Geib family. All families were taken into consideration, and after research was done, it was determined that the Geib family had 61 years, which is a long, long time, of drag racing history within their family. So again, congratulations to the Guide family, and thank you again to Louis Raffetto from Lou's Hot Rod Shop for sponsoring this nice award.
Thank you.
See you tomorrow.
Oh, it's the two other ones. Okay.
Pardon?
Right.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
just
It is the final of Guts Gambler. Butch Belair 1078, Big Block Sean 1022. Very similar reaction times. Starting line advantage goes to Butch, and Butch picks up the win. Butch is 15 on the tree. Big Block Sean is 22. Butch takes the win, 83 on his 78 dial. Sean 1021 on his 16 dial. So congratulations to Butch Belair, winner of Guts Gambler. All right, coming to the starting line now is going to be the final race of the day. This is the RFR shootout, where we have the box car versus the no box car for $2,000 to win. It is going to be the no box car of Austin Seamers, 891 dial in the auto value lane, against the dragster, the box car of Doug Katina from Lake City, 777 dial for Doug. And in a double red light situation, True Start has been activated. 008 red for Austin. 004 red for Katina. Katina is your winner. Austin runs dead on with a 1. Katina shuts her down because he's already taken the win light. So congratulations, Doug Katina, winner of today's $2,000 bracket race. That's going to wrap up our race event for today. We thank everybody for coming out. Now, this evening, we are going to have the 3rd annual cornhole contest. That's going to take place, I believe they had mentioned to me, it's going to start approximately around 6:30-ish in the pit area, which is located, let me see. They said it's past the scoreboards. It's going to be where the between Carl Geib and Tony Leonard pit area. So that's where the cornhole tournament will be. Select your partner. They're going to start having sign up here in a little bit. But again, that will be the 3rd annual cornhole tournament. So please select your partner. It's a really good time. Bring your favorite beverage, and let's go have some fun.